Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. We're back. We're so back. We're so back. I'm so back. You're so back. We're all so back. Everyone is back. I'm back. You're back. We're all back. Very cool. That's fine. Okay. Alright. I just want to get started. You want to get started? We're probably going to have a bit of a long one. I took too long to fucking start streaming today. Whatever. I'm over it. Video game. Do-do-do. Oh, man. There's so much shit to fucking talk about, man. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Click, clack, clack. Very cool, very good. Alright. You can shut your goofy ass up. Alright, let's get some work done. Hopefully get some work done. Pray I get some work done. Wires. Wires, 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 wires. Break my legs. What's one of the other things that we need to make, like, pretty much right away, and then we can make new products? That's our steel production. Which means we need the equipment grid. Or the equipment workshop. I know exactly where I want to make that coal mine, so then we can start with the creation of coal. Alright, where's that coal node that I know is over there? That looks like it right there. Methinks. Well, well, well. If it isn't my favorite Chicagoan, I'm lying. You're not my favorite Chicagoan because I don't have any favorite Chicagoans because I'm racist against Chicago. What's up, Alex? There's only one person to blame for that one. Barack Hussein Obama. Obama is who you blame for that one. Fucking Obummer. Obunga. Obumface. Not what I wanted. Obabe. That son of a bitch. Fuck you, Obummer. Fuck you, Obummer. Fuck you, Obama. Alright, I need coal. And to leave. Obungo. Obominous. Oligmus. Obabe. Well, well, well. A fucking pooty spammer. Shaking my fucking head, dude. We got a fucking pooty spammer. Pooty. Yeah, it's U235. Zane only does one putis, but U235 does multiple putis. We got a bona fide fucking putis spammer. Scum of the earth. Unironically. That's not something to be proud of. Alex, you're just doing it so you can pretend to be a part of the fun, okay? Like, shut the fuck up, Alex. You're a LARPer, dude. Everyone point and laugh at the LARPer. Point and laugh at the Chicagoan. I'm trying to LARP, dude. You're not even a Canadian. You're American. You're just making it worse for yourself, dude. And you're just doing everything possible to make it bad. You're just like Putis Pow, unironically. Nope. He's Illinoisan. He's not Canadian. Stop with this fucking LARP. I will cut this LARP off at the source. I will do it. By being explicitly racist. I will be. I will be prejudiced. And no one can stop me. I will say slurs. And there's nothing you can do about it. Whoa, too far, poo-poo. Too far. You've gone too far yet again. Not far enough for these damn Illinoisans, these damn Chicagos. Romanian slurs go hard, but to be honest, sure. Yeah, they sure do, bud. They sure do. Chat, this guy's full of barnacles. Yeah, they sure do go hard. Yeah, bud. Yeah. Barnacles. What's that thing in the sky? What thing in the sky? Well, that's a planet. This is my factory that we're still building infrastructure for. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I don't know why you're trying to make me part of a Florida, part of like some Florida clan or something, but that's not me, guys. I'm nope. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Alex Roivas. Yeah, I think you're fucking trolling. I think you're just kind of trolling. Yeah, I don't know what this Alex Roivas guy is saying, but he's just like saying a bunch of stupid bullshit. I shouldn't expect anything else. Yeah, I don't know why you're surprised about me doing a pretty good impression. I always do good impressions. Like, I don't know, skill issue. Oh man, I don't know why I'm tired. I had a great amount of sleep last night. It was like 10 hours plus. It was pretty great. I slept like a baby. Then I had to drive. Kind of sucked. You know, maybe if my hair was like jet black or something, just a lot longer, I wore pristine white t-shirts. Like that fucking dumbass Mike from PA said I didn't have. Fucking dumbass. I'd be a pretty good critical. Yeah, I don't know. People do say a lot of things that are fucking stupid. Okay, we need some, iron, huh? Iron. AKA bomb the shit out of everything until my opponents fuck off permanently. I destroyed the berries, I didn't want to do that. Oh well. Oh, but yeah, you know, I'm moist critical. That's me. I'm Charlie. What's up? Packaging has a waifu on it, huh? What fucking what kind of weeb shit? What anime weeaboo shit's going on here, huh? Huh? Fucking Naruto look ahead ass, fucking Sasuke look ahead ass, fucking Hatsune Miku look ahead ass. What kind of fucking yee ass bullshit's going on here, huh? Meh? Uh-oh. U235 is distributing weeb culture. Where's Boy Meets Mini when you need him? Boy Meets Mini needs to do something about this nonsense that's going on in chat right now. Needs to be halted immediately. And with extreme prejudice. Boy Meets Mini already saw it. He's compromised. There's a code red. Boy Meets Mini is now a weeb. Where's Ford? I need to get him. We need to get him on the case. Where the fuck is El Fordus Netus? Ford? I have bad news. Boy Meets Mini is a weeb. You need to come to chat. Damn it, he's in bed. Curses. Then I will face the weeb menace. Then face the weeb menace myself. The Genshin Impact? Oh, it's getting worse. If you say Genshin Impact 3 times, fucking Tectone will all of a sudden appear. That's what it's truly over, dude. Dude, you're about to get raped. Oops, Stockton raped. Ah, fuck. It's so over, dude. Oops. Oops, a rapist is on your tail now. Uh-oh, stinky rapist. Oh man, that's funny. Oh, hey, what's up? Fuck you. Fuck you. Alright, Yep. He's looking at Genshin Impact images. Ford, it's terminal. It's fucking over. Ford, it's fucking cooked, bro. Yeah, apparently he was looking at images of Genshin Impact characters in his Discord. It's so over, Ford. It's over. I fear there is nothing we can do. It's fucking over, bro. Yeah, it's already happened. Yeah, he's gone. Extreme measures must be taken. We cannot allow this menace to spread. We're doing this for Boy Meets Minnie's own good, bro. Let me see a stream. Oh shit. Weeb officer, the Fortnite, is on the case. Listen, Ford. At least the PNG is acceptable because of racism, right? That's how it works. At least I'm accomplishing something of value. That's being a racist online. Pepe. We're all a little racist, aren't we, folks? But especially the Fortnite, who's more racist than all of us. Ass to go to my eye. Yo, I'm being taken down by the weebs. I'm being attacked by the weebs. What do I do? This is not good. He's coding. Yeah, and you want to know what a lot of weebs do, Ford? Code. I don't know. Yeah, he eats the femboy socks. Yeah, but he's not trans. He needs those fucking knee-high, like thigh-high, fucking dumbass socks, dude. It's fucking over. He's fallen. It's so over, dude. He has fallen to the weeb menace. Ford, there's only one course of action that remains. You know what we have to do. True, everything is going to shit, and now this, dude. It's only getting worse. Oh, you sound like you're fear-mongering. This is not fear-mongering. This is fear-confirming. We need to keep all of ourselves safe from these troubling developments. Ford, keep yourself safe. I will also keep myself safe. Everyone, keep yourselves safe. Now. Alright, go to bed, putis. Go the fuck to sleep. What? This fucking putis. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lovely. Carbon steel ingot, eh? This requires 320 coal per minute, which we can easily sustain. This will be 480 steel ingots per minute as well. Lovely. Very good. And for the steel beams, also in the foundries. Hmm. $120 per minute. Oh, 1-to-2 ratio, eh? Okay. Oh, better than the original recipe. Hmm. 180 per minute. Seems good. Well, I should flip these actually. Alright. I've been faffing about for long enough. People are here now. Very cool. Lovely. There's a lot of stuff we have to talk about. We need to get started with it. Righty way. All right. Let's talk about some good news first. Let's start with some good fucking news. Get constantly attacked by Phlegm Nation in the meanwhile. Alright. Well. More bad news for our favored litigious freak in Ethan Klein. Hallelujah. We love to see more and more bad news for Ethan Klein. That, well, very, very stupid motherfucker. Who basically, instead of, internalizing a lot of the criticisms that people have for him, or not internalizing, or learning anything from any of the criticisms that people have of him, and, tell him to his face consistently, he would prefer to just sue people over instead. Now, obviously, anyone with half a brain should have a recognition and an understanding that, hey, maybe all of these actions and this, litigious tomfoolery might actually be kind of a bad thing for the environment. Unfortunately, there is a collection of rapists, pedophiles, and downright fucking weirdos who are willing to defend Ethan's actions till the cows come home for whatever fucking goddamn reason. Why? Money. Yeah, that's why. So obviously, one of the latest Ethan Klein lawsuits was against Noah Samsen for a video that he made talking about how Ethan has helped to enable a genocide, right? Or really all the dumbasses who we were talking about Israel-Palestine without having any idea of the history of the conflict and the tact that is necessary to talk about such a fucking genocide. And it's a good video. It's a great video. Noah Samsen goes into good detail, good points, blah, 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 blah. I shouldn't really need to fucking say that. Yada, yada, yada. But Ethan didn't want that video to be in existence because in reality, he's actually okay with the genocide and ethnic cleansing of fucking Palestinians. Because in reality, in his spiteful quest to try to take down Hassan, which miserably fucking failed, by the way, he now has to just sue everyone around him, or everyone around Hassan specifically, because he's too much of a fucking coward himself in order to actually sue the big man himself, because he knows that would actually be a bit of a tough fight for Ethan. So, might as well go after all the orbiters and people who he thinks he can bully into silence. And I think that's probably one of the biggest reasons as to why Noah Samsen is not going away quietly into the night. It's because of the fact that, well, he's not willing to capitulate to Ethan Klein's, attempts at bullying. He called the fucking bluff, and as a byproduct is probably going to win out in terms of any, public dispute against Ethan Klein specifically. And I mean, the fucking, I think, the case was, dismissed with fucking prejudice, which means that, yeah, good luck fucking, doing any follow-ups or any appeals or anything at all whatsoever in terms of this fucking lawsuit, Ethan. You're fucking cooked, buddy. It's going nowhere. And Ethan was the one in reality who decided to go ahead with the dismissing of this lawsuit, which is not the first time that he's done this. And we've talked about this before in specifically the video where we talked about Denims winning her fucking lawsuit against Ethan. Ethan, of course, appealed, but there are rules and stipulations saying that you can't have both a appeal to a lawsuit as well as a ongoing fucking lawsuit. I could be misremembering the details of exactly how the ruling works, but it's like a very, very simple fucking gist. Basically, Ethan Klein cannot have both an appeal to a fucking suit going on at the same time as he's trying to do another fucking lawsuit. So, what I'm assuming is potentially happening is he is willing to go completely all in on his appeal against Denims in order to try to take her down. I don't know why he's going after Denim specifically. It's very, very strange, but whatever. Ethan Klein does seem to not really like women all that much. I'm just saying. I'm just going to throw that out there. He seems to not be a very big fan of women, and he's just willing to go after all the women in this case because he knows that he can galvanize like a really bunch of low IQ set of incels to his cause to essentially be like, hey, those women that I know you guys hate, hey, you know, you guys hate women, right? Women, am I right, fellas? Am I right? And he's more than likely going to try to sink way more of his resources, which may be also potentially dwindling away, considering all the lawyer's fees he constantly has to pay, not to mention all of the, I think this is, by the way, another aspect in all of this as well. The new studio that he also sunk $600,000 in that he just debuted today on his fucking podcast. So that's also another angle that needs to be considered to all of this as well. Could Ethan Klein potentially be running out of money? Maybe. Which is why he's probably deciding to be like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be so overly fucking litigious in my fucking actions, because it turns out lawsuits kind of expensive. Lots of money you gotta pay for those things. I'm going off on a little bit of a ramble here, a little bit of a tangent here. Noah, what do you got for me, buddy? What's on the docket, bro?
Hey everybody, I've got a big lawsuit update for you. It's over. Ethan Klein has dropped his defamation lawsuit against me. He filed a motion to dismiss the case with prejudice, meaning that he cannot sue me for the claims in this lawsuit ever again. It's over.
Nope.
We won.
It's over.
We didn't really win anything. In fact, I actually lost like a bunch of time and money and peace of mind and all that. But I am no longer being sued, so I guess we'll take it. This lawsuit and the legal threats leading up to it have been a massive year-long headache. I'm super glad that it's over. I can get back to just focusing on videos. And we also get...
This is a good point here by Noah Samson. This is something that has been going on for the latter part of about a year. Ethan Klein consistently, maybe not consistently, but every now and again in podcast episodes would bring up, I'm going to sue Noah Samson. I'm going to sue Noah Samson. I'm going to sue Noah Samson for the video essay that criticizes him. It should really go without saying why it would be a bad idea to support that fucking lawsuit against Noah Samson. But unfortunately, on YouTube, there's a collection of, like I said before, rapists, grifting, dipshits, morons, and pedophiles who are willing to go along with this stuff because they want to get like some strange dig at the Hassan orbit or some shit. I don't know. It's very, very fucking peculiar, even though like most of the people that are supporting this would be heavily affected by the sort of byproducts of such a lawsuit. But then again, we are not dealing with, shall we say, very intelligent people.
to donate the money we raised for my legal defense, which, after subtracting the fees, should still be about $100,000. Unfortunately, right now, GoFundMe is holding the funds for review. We've given them all the information they need, and we haven't heard back. It's been super frustrating. Hopefully, it gets cleared up soon. And once it does, I'll be posting an update on community posts or maybe a video. In the meantime, consider donating to Project Sarsour, which is where the money will go. It's my friend Ahmed's project. He lives in Gaza, and the money will go to help families there and a number of other projects. Anyways, so the first question you might have here is, what happened? Why did Ethan drop the lawsuit? And right now, I don't have a firm answer for that. Ethan hasn't commented publicly and did not respond.
Okay, so more than likely, he will not comment publicly at all. When Ethan loses lawsuits, and this is a consistent pattern of behavior with Ethan, he does not comment publicly at all, and will hardly talk about that. He will gloat about his wins on his platform all the time. He loves to gloat about his victories in his various fucking lawsuits. Consistently. Consistent pattern of behavior here with Ethan. He's not going to talk about this, guaranteed. And so all we can really do is just speculate. And I have done my speculations in my initial sort of preamble, shall we say. I think it is either A, he's running out of money. He just spent $600K on a new studio. Jesus Christ. And maybe looking to save more money from lawyers' fees. Again, his subscriber count's been consistently going down. His views have not been performing as well. His podcasts have also not been doing as well. You will always have his core audience. His core audience will always support him and always give him money, blah, 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 blah. He's always going to have that in his back pocket at all times. However, in terms of reach to new audiences, to new fucking platforms, pretty much non-existent. Like, Ethan Klein, more or less, is persona non grata. No one will ever want to fucking interact with him at any point in time. Why? Bro, he can, like, literally at a drop of a hat, if he doesn't like you, just fucking sue you. It's not worth it. It's not worthwhile to work with someone like that who is so, and very, very clearly neurotic in his incredibly freakish, litigious state, where it's just like, what the fuck is the point of me essentially, like, working with someone like this whose reputation is in the complete dirt, who nobody fucking likes, is willing to just essentially just destroy the fucking, I was going to say the economy, but also the platform that essentially allowed him to make his millions and allowed others opportunity to make content as well. For, like, no reason besides his own idiotic, petty fucking grievances. Keep in mind, him and Dan Stockman are pretty much the main reasons for as to why Twitch experienced a bit of a fucking adpocalypse. So, like, I mean, in every single way possible that this litigious freak in Ethan Klein could have possibly, like, burnt every possible bridge with any creators who would want to collaborate with him. He just has lost all grace that he used to have from 2017. And he's just, again, a salty little fucking 40-year-old man who's just mad about the fact that he's losing the prominence that he used to have as one of the beloved content creators for fucking fair use, for free speech. And that's why he's just mad. And unironically, like, I think this is the point that Chalepi said. I do agree with what Chalepi has said here. It really was Moist Critical who probably turned the tide on all of this, specifically. That or Ethan Klein is running out of money. It's one of those two. He's either running out of money. Moist Critical helped to turn the fucking tide against Ethan Klein finally, because large normie fucking content creator decided to be like, this is some fuck shit. This is really stupid. This is bullshit. Sure, he wasn't, like, perfect in all the details. Whatever. Take what you can fucking get. He still came overall to the correct conclusion, so that's acceptable. That's an acceptable fucking outcome. Take what you can fucking get. Blah, 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 blah. It's becoming more and more clear and evident that nobody wants to work with, like, Ethan Klein whatsoever. His reputation's in the dirt. He has nowhere to go besides further down. And it's not looking good for him. And I do think it's a little bit of he's running out of money, and it's just the tides have completely fucking turned on him in terms of fucking public opinion. Like, that's literally what it is.
Respond to my requests for comment, but now that it's been dropped with prejudice and with no confidentiality clauses, I'm able to talk openly about everything that happened, and I think by the end of the video we should have a little bit more of an idea as to how this all played out the way that it did. So first, a brief recap. In March of last year, I released this video, The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide. It was a response to a video from Ethan Klein called Content Nuke Hassan Piker. In that video, I highlighted a bunch of statements from several prominent content creators and used those statements to demonstrate the way that the Western media apparatus has helped to normalize Israel's genocide in Gaza. Things like atrocity propaganda, misinformation about groups resisting Israel, and Zionist historical narratives. Ethan Klein responded to the video by immediately threatening to sue me for defamation. He issued a cease and desist and demanded that I take the video down and apologize, or else he would sue me. He dedicated a few episodes of his podcast to issuing these sorts of threats.
All he has to do to avoid getting...
Oh yeah, by the way, fucking, for whatever reason, Boy Meets Smitty's imposter, as he says, also decided to fucking join in on that lawsuit against Noah like, bro got, like, a brief mention as well. Like, whatever, bro. Okay, Mudahar, you fucking loser. Yeah, go ahead and join Ethan Klein with your a dumbass, like, I don't know, flailing platform that you also have, I guess. Good job, bro.
Sued is apologize for everything he said and did. He started his second video by saying Ethan's threatened to sue me. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you. Noah said in his second video, Ethan's threatening to sue me. Have fun with that, I guess. He said, well, I'm about to have fun with it. And unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be having much fun with it.
But I kept the video up. After speaking with several lawyers, I felt pretty confident that I'd be able to defend against a defamation suit. And I also believe that the cease and desist was just a scare tactic, as they are commonly used, to get me to delete my criticism from the internet. The deadline passed and I didn't hear anything from Ethan, and it seemed like everything was good. But then a year later, 2 days before the statute of limitations was up, Ethan actually filed the lawsuit. He alleged that I defamed him with 6 statements, including the title and thumbnail of my video and various other claims that I made. He was seeking unlimited damages and a jury trial. When you get served a defamation lawsuit, you have 30 days to respond or face default. So I spent the majority of my time the next few weeks looking everywhere to find a lawyer just to file a reply. I was being quoted upwards of $100,000, which is obviously pretty stressful because I don't have that kind of money on hand. So I ended up doing a fundraiser, and I fundraised as much as I could. We got not quite to the goal, but over $100,000, which I thought was pretty good. But as the deadline approached and I started to get even more stressed out, I still hadn't found a lawyer. That's when I got in touch with Deborah Drews. Deborah Drews is an LA-based attorney who specializes in defamation law, and honestly, I owe her my life. She's an incredible...
I'm going to take a guess. More than likely, this... I don't know if she herself worked on any of the case law or case for Ethan Klein specifically in 2017, but I'm going to operate under the assumption that it's entirely possible that she may be familiar. She may have studied that fucking case, right? Because that was all based in LA, of course, because, well, that's where, like, Matt Haas and also Ethan Klein were based at the time. I do find it very funny that, unironically, like, Ethan is essentially having a lot of his own sort of precedent being used against him, and a lot of people who probably would have been, like, former fucking allies being used against him as well, to just, like, completely shit on him. You know, it's a bit of fucking poetic justice. It's just good to see. I'm happy to see that people are coming together to stop this fucking menace.
Lawyer, and from our first conversation, she showed genuine interest in this case. She was also willing to work at a major discount, which is what made it possible to donate most of this money that we raised. So anyways, I retained Deborah's counsel, of course, and we began working on our response. Our approach was going to be to file an anti-SLAPP motion. The SLAPP in anti-SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation, and the statute was designed to prevent powerful people from weaponizing their resources to silence dissent from critics that cannot sustain a long-term legal battle. A successful anti-SLAPP motion can...
Which is pretty much the main tactic that Ethan has been using to fight in every single one of his fucking lawsuits. Because, again, the basis that Ethan is using for his fucking lawsuits is a bunch of hooey. Like, there's just no meat to that fucking potato whatsoever. Or no meat to those potatoes. You know the fucking saying. Yeah, there's just, like, there's no there. Like, it's a nothing burger. Because the whole basis of the, for lack of a better term, just, like, complete schizophrenic, like, conspiracy theory. Sure, conspiracy that Ethan Klein has basically concocted for himself. It is based completely off of just nonsense that he just probably heard from Destiny's community. Let's keep it $1.50. He probably got all these fucking talking points from Dan Stockman, all the other associated DGG fucking weirdos who, I don't know, decided to make him constantly crash out in his fucking subreddit so they can try to use Ethan as a weapon. I'm gonna say this again. Use him as a weapon in order to go after Destiny's fucking enemies. Consistent pattern of behavior from all the DGG fucking weirdos and freaks.
Dismiss frivolous lawsuits before they even go to trial and force the plaintiff, in this case it would be Ethan, to pay the defendant's legal fees. As our work on the case progressed, we started to feel like we put together a pretty strong case. But then, just a few days before the filing deadline, Ethan Klein reached out to us looking to open up settlement talks. Now at first, I was taken aback. Ethan sued me, made me pay a bunch of money, stressed out me and my family, and now he's coming to me to settle? No, we're not doing...
Fascinating. And yet, by the way, Giga Chad behavior here from Noah Samson. No, fuck you, bitch. You literally just decided to distress me with a fucking lawsuit for no reason. No, that's not taking sorry for an answer. Nope, go fuck yourself. Based answer, by the way, because again, this is the entirety of the point and behavior here, specifically by Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein has been trying to use lawsuits to fucking sue people into submission for the latter part of several years at this point. That much is extremely fucking obvious. As far as I'm concerned, you know what? Go for a counter. Fuck it. Fuck this bitch. You know what? Go fuck yourself. You decided to settle out because, again, public sentiment is starting to turn against you, and you yourself probably don't have as much money in order to keep fighting all of your constant legal pursuits. You know what? No. Fuck you. Shoes on the other fucking foot now. How about them apples? Fight me, bitch. Like, unironically, how about you listen to Noah Samson's demands instead and stop being such a litigious little fucking freak trying to take down the rest of the fucking environment for everyone else because you just want to be a fucking Zio shill little fucking moron who just wants to shut down all dissent and fucking criticism of himself. Like, because that's what it is with specifically Ethan Klein, and the whole point of this this behavior, for lack of a better term, he just is mad about the fact that he's not a beloved content creator anymore. Everyone thinks he's a fucking little freak and thinks that, wow, man, this guy's kind of an asshole, isn't he? Man, he's a real piece of shit, isn't he? And has been fucking criticizing him, rightly so, for his actions, and he just can't fucking handle the criticism. Well, you know what, you little bitch? Learn to fucking handle the criticism. Learn to handle it. That's how you grow as a fucking content creator. That's how you grow as a fucking person. But Ethan has made it very clear he ain't interested in growing as a person.
That's not happening, especially given how strong we felt our defense was. But Deborah, in her infinite wisdom and expertise, suggested that we didn't know what their terms would be. Maybe they really wanted out of the lawsuit, and maybe their offer would reflect this, and it could be good for us. A settlement would end proceedings immediately, it would eliminate all risk, and it would free up the money that we'd raised to be donated right away. Depending on the specifics, that could be a pretty good deal. So we agreed to file an extension to start settlement talks. But nothing could have prepared me for what they came up with. In exchange for dropping his lawsuit, Ethan Klein wanted a public apology on my primary YouTube channel and Twitter account, pre-approved by Ethan, which would need to include a claim that he and his wife Hila have both supported the Palestinian cause. He also wanted me to remove 6 separate videos from my YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure it's all the videos I've ever talked about him in, which includes several videos that are
That is fucking incredible that this stupid motherfucker thinks that he can make demands. No, fuck that, dude. Absolutely the fuck not. You don't fucking give in to this shit. Like, hello? Why should you? You're correct in your fucking criticisms. What is the point of giving in? You don't give in to this. This is nonsense. No, he should... Again, this is just Ethan Klein trying to do everything possible to dictate what content can be fucking posted about him. That's the only reason why he's doing this.
Unrelated to the claims made in the actual lawsuit. He also wanted a non-disparagement clause, which would bar me from ever publicly criticizing Ethan again. They did include a potential provision to...
You know what? Honestly, fucking Uno reverse card, bitch. That's what you... I think that's what you unironically do in this fucking instance. It's like, okay, how about this? Uno reverse card. You do the same to me. You do the same that you demanded of me. There we go. Jesus. Bro, like, you demand me to do all this fucking bullshit. You decide to get fucking cold feet, like, right around the fucking end of it. Go fuck yourself. Like, go fuck yourself. You have no reason to, essentially be like, or rather, like, give in to the demands of someone who's obviously losing this fucking lawsuit, and who has already lost one of his major defamation, copyright fucking lawsuits to Denims. Keep up the fucking pressure. There's no reason to fucking give in to Ethan Klein's demands. It's hollow. The initial suit was hollow to begin with. Like, what's the point? What's the point of fucking giving in? Fuck you, bitch. Like, unironically.
Reimburse my legal fees to be donated to a mutually agreed upon charity, so that's great, but only if my public apology included an acknowledgement that Ethan replenished these funds so that they can go to charity. So these terms were, let's just call them inadequate, hard for us to accept, so we made a counteroffer.
Ridiculous.
No apology, no confidentiality, full reimbursement for all of our legal fees, no deleting any videos outside of the ones which were about the lawsuit, which we felt would become irrelevant if it was settled, and then one public statement
Fair.
which would read as follows. Ethan and I disagree about a video I made in response to his video content nuke Hassan Piker. He thinks my video says one thing, and I think it says another. Both of us believe that YouTube is a place for free expression, and recognize the right to criticize each other's views. So we've decided to end our dispute amicably. Keeping it out of court frees up funds to help families in Gaza right now. We sent these terms...
Oof, that's not looking good there for Ethan. Certainly, flipping it on Ethan's head there.
Over and didn't hear back, so we prepared to file our anti-slap motion. It was all ready to go. I was kind of excited. Honestly, Deborah cooked. But then a few days later, Ethan filed the motion to dismiss with prejudice. And that was it. So back to that question of, like, what happened?
That's
Why
funny.
did he back out? Because he hasn't publicly commented and he didn't respond to my request for comment, we can really only speculate. Maybe he did have a change of heart. Maybe he doesn't want to be the one that hands out lawsuits left and right to...
Nah. I'm gonna be bad faith here. I don't give a shit. Nah. Ethan has not fucking changed. I don't like. Listen, okay, we're speculating here. So I didn't really consider that maybe Ethan Klein had a change of heart. Nah, Ethan Klein does not seem to be the kind of person who takes criticism to heart and is interested in reflecting. Right? Like, nah. I don't think he's fucking interested in that whatsoever. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be so fucking honest. Right? He is definitely not the type of dude to be like, I recognize that I made a mistake, and I'm willing to learn from my actions. I don't fucking believe that for even 1 second, to be honest.
to silence critics. And maybe if he were to admit this publicly and apologize for wasting my time and money and acting like a freak throughout the whole process, then maybe I'd believe that. But until then, I think there are more likely explanations. See, Ethan has stated publicly that his many lawsuits against smaller creators have damaged his reputation.
I don't want to be the fucking litigious asshole that's suing everybody. Like, I know what people think of me. I know what people say about me. I'm not a moron. I know, like.
So this is what I've said. One of the fucking potential angles for as to why Ethan is deciding to stop his behaviors is the fact that the Charlie video came out and was a fucking embarrassment for him. The fact that, again, even though Charlie was not perfectly accurate in terms of a lot of the positions and sort of like happenings with this, shall we say, saga, for lack of a better term, the fact that he still came out with the overall correct take of saying, "Oh yeah, dude, I think this lawsuit shit's kind of cringe, bro. Yeah, that's really about it." And the fact that he came out with that position, that was pretty much the nail in the fucking coffin for a lot of Ethan's sort of lawsuits. That, and also the thing that I mentioned earlier with some stipulation within California, I'd have to double check that one, of course, in that he can't have the current appeal that he's trying to do against Denims while also suing a bunch of other people at the same time. That is also the other potential angle for all this. And the third one is that he could just be completely out of money. I mean, he did just literally spend $600K on a fucking studio recently. So that's also another possibility, although I think that's less likely that he's starting to run out of money. But it's a potential option. Might as well just throw it out there.
Like, the consequences of doing all these lawsuits and stuff.
The biggest backlash so far came very recently when he was criticized by a prominent YouTuber, Charlie of the channel Penguin Zero. He criticized Ethan's lawsuits, and these videos got millions of views.
Ethan, of all people, should be very familiar with how defamatory lawsuits can be exploited by those with a lot of money. He was the guy that always fought on the right side of these kind of battles. And now in this case, I really think he's lost his way in that regard.
Ethan also just lost a lawsuit against the streamer Denims. He sued her for copyright infringement, and the ruling on this one was just brutal. The judge ruled against Ethan while citing his own previous case of defending against a frivolous copyright lawsuit. It wasn't until both of these events that Ethan began offering to drop his defamation lawsuits, in exchange for an apology, of course.
If Ian would issue a genuine apology, I'd probably think about dropping the lawsuit. And honestly, the same is true of Noah Samson. If he just issued like a heartfelt apology, I'd probably consider dropping it.
And there's another part to this that I think is worth it.
That was the initial fucking cracks, by the way, that was starting to show within the metaphorical armor. That Ethan was trying to be like, maybe, just maybe, me going with all my freak suits might not be working out for me all that well anymore. It turns out a lot of people, besides all the right-wing freaks who Ethan should be principally opposed against, but whatever, besides all the right-wing fucking freaks and losers who are supporting him through all of this, maybe I should be fucking dropping these, because, you know, I pretend to be fucking principally opposed to the actions of right-wingers and a bunch of other weirdos on the fucking internet, yet they seem to all be supporting me in my actions against the quote-unquote Hassan orbit and whatnot. You know, it should make you ask yourself this, like, very, very simple, important question. I mean, why is that the case? Maybe people should be asking themselves this. Maybe Ethan started asking himself this question. Why are all these, like, fucking weirdos supporting me? I mean, dumbasses like Pickles Eats Oreos started asking himself that fucking question, and he started looking for a way out. And, well, we all know how that's going for our favorite fucking oinker, fucking Pickles Eats Oreos.
Discussing, which is how Ethan's reputation has also taken hits due to his support for Israel. According to him, this perception has ruined some of his personal and professional relationships.
From a professional perspective, our entire lives are ruined. Collaborations, partners, business partners, employees, creators, you know, friends.
If you look at the trends in views and subscribers, there's been a demonstrable drop since October of 2020.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. 75% of its monthly viewership and 280K subscribers. And by the way, it's only going further and further down. Guys, it turns out, like, as has been said before, people don't fucking like Israel, man. Like, I think, like, amongst Democrats, Israel has a 10% approval rating. Like, just 10%. That's a, like, politically speaking, it's just political malfeasance to be in support of Israel if you are amongst Democrats. Period, end of story. Nobody fucking likes Israel, man. Nobody fucking likes them. Why? should really go without saying for as to why that is the case. It turns out liberals actually do like liberal international order, and actually do like the structures of liberal international law. But for whatever reason, Ethan Klein is against that, even though he pretends to be a fucking liberal. It's a little interesting. It's a little strange. Very, very interesting.
Former fans of H3 are leaving and have spoken about the sort of rampant Zionism in that community. Apparently, even just wearing their merch now has an explicit association with the state of Israel. At one point, Ethan may have thought that suing me for criticizing his statements about Israel could change this public perception.
I'd love to see you reason out in a court document about how I and Mudahar support genocide. I really look forward to that.
But somewhere along the line, he must have realized that this strategy wouldn't work. When he got the chance to prove me wrong in front of a judge, just like he wanted, he folded. He backed out. At the last minute. So here we are. So anyways, super glad this is all over. Ready to get back to making regular videos. I'll update everyone with a post as soon as I can about the GoFundMe situation once that's cleared up. I appreciate everyone who has supported me throughout this whole ordeal, including those who have contributed to the fundraiser and the many creators who were kind enough to join in on the fundraiser stream. That was super cool. And once again, huge shout out to my lawyer, Deborah Drews, and her firm, Drews Legal. She genuinely saved the day. If you have any legal troubles in the vein of this case, her firm may be interested down the line, so hit them up. Okay, that's it. We're done. Done talking about you.
Lovely. Very, very cool. And it's just again, just a bit of fucking good news, I suppose, in this time of eternal darkness, for lack of a better term. And Ethan Klein losing yet another of his fucking lawsuits, where he basically talked a big game and decided to fucking pussy out when it got to the bottom of the 9th inning. Many such cases I've seen. Very, very interesting that, well, you know, Ethan Klein just decided to fucking cower out again from another fucking lawsuit. I wonder what our favorite fucking 3IQ moron, More Papegasus, would have to say about this. Probably nothing of value, because he unironically has absolutely nothing of value to say. Making fun of More Papegasus aside, this is a very, very good outcome to see. Another instance of Ethan Klein losing one of his dumbass fucking lawsuits that he's just doing completely frivolously. For what purpose exactly? Because he's just mad about the fact that people correctly criticize him for a lot of his statements and a lot of his fucking actions that he's doing to smaller content creators in his pathetic, spite-filled battle against the Hassan Orbit. For what purpose exactly? Because he's just a flailing fucking content creator who's just upset and fucking mad about the fact that people are correctly criticizing him for his overly litigious actions and freakish fucking behaviors. And that's what it truly is, dude. He's just mad about the fact that people just don't fuck with him, little bro. People just don't fuck with you anymore, little bro. And it turns out people do not like the genocide that Israel is carrying out against Palestinians. It turns out that nobody really likes your freak litigious actions. But will Ethan learn any of the lessons and internalize any of this stuff? Nope, probably not, because Ethan Klein himself has made it extremely clear that he is not interested at all at learning any of this stuff, and would prefer to just keep probably going all in with his dumbass fucking actions against Denims, with that appeal to the copyright lawsuit that he's currently fucking carrying out for no reason that he already lost on, and will probably also lose his fucking appeal, because again, that's just probably going to go absolutely fucking nowhere. But yeah, this is good news. It's good to see that Ethan Klein takes yet another massive fucking L. You fucking love to see it. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Lovely. I hate Ethan Klein. You hate Ethan Klein. We all hate Ethan Klein. Alright, what am I doing now? I need to connect all this stuff. Very cool, very lovely. And then move on to the next fucking thing we need to talk about. Very cool. Alright. Man, there's a lot of fucking shit going on here. Alright. Let's fucking get started with this bullshit now. Honestly. Do kind of want to grab some water. Is Boy Meets Mini still streaming? Question mark. I do not see him streaming, so therefore I will not get rated. I know he still is. Okay, well, I just want to make sure that I don't get fucking rated while yapping about shit. I hate it when that happens. It's annoying. Because then I have to do all the editing. It's annoying and I hate it. I hate doing editing. Anywho. We do need to get started with this bullshit. Yapping about Mizkif. Oh boy. Mizkif. But I'm going to grab some water real quick first, because I'm thirsty. And we'll continue yapping more about stuff. So I'm going to be right back. Grab water. And then we will continue. We'll go through all this fucking Mizkif lawsuit nonsense. Alright, I have acquired my water. Very cool, very good. I don't know if you're still here, Sacrificial MILF. I don't think she's here anymore. She more than likely went to bed. It is late. It is late. But here we are to yap about this fucking bullshit again. I got water. I'm hydrated. I'm refreshed. And I'm ready to keep going and... Well... Start with this complete nonsense, probably. Yeah, start this fucking complete nonsense. Alrighty. Let's just fucking dig right into it. So this is a situation that we've not talked about for a bit of a while, and that is the Mizkif, Emiru, and I guess also Asmongold defamation fucking lawsuit. A lawsuit which was pretty much filed by Mizkif, I think it was like not soon after the sexual assault allegations. Sexual assault allegations against Mizkif from Emiru came later. The whole defamation suit, which I always thought was like a little strange for this. I mean, like it is partially based off of that in particular, but I always thought the whole like defamation suit was like a little strange. I don't know why like Asmongold was included into this defamation suit, because I don't think like really Asmongold had much to do against the statements that Emiru put out against Mizkif in the sexual fucking assault claims. And has it really been 9 months since that fucking shit came out? Really? October was when she first came up with the claims? Or not came up with the claims. Said the claims, rather, against Mizkif. I guess it's almost been 9 months. There was like the initial fucking lawsuit for all of this. There have been some updates on that, of course. And of obviously, because everything's been like proceeding through court. I know that the current update is that Asmongold got dismissed from the case because the judge probably ruled that, yeah, this basically really has like nothing to do with Asmongold. I don't know why Asmongold is even being included in any of this. Asmongold has not talked at all about the fucking lawsuit, whereas Mizkif would kind of bring it up on stream every now and again, but like not really. He wouldn't talk about it much either, but for the most part, Asmongold is doing the correct thing and just like shutting the fuck up, which is the correct thing to do in that particular instance. Oh no, Asmongold being correct about something. What the? I can't believe that Daho would say this. But yeah, you should not be really talking about this on your fucking platform, because you could be saying things that could be used against you in the court of law, blah, 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 obviously. So not talking about this potentially like very idiotic, like litigious, not litigious, but defamatory, that's the term I'm looking for, claim against you is probably the correct thing to do, because it could be used against you in the court of law, yada yada yada. Technically speaking, what Asmongold is doing there is correct, and any lawyer worth their salt would say the exact same thing, blah 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 blah. So I always thought that Asmongold being involved in this whole sort of thing between himself and Emiru in terms of the sexual assault allegations that Mizkif had was very, very strange. So I guess that's like the whole Asmongold angle in all of this. However, the more interesting aspect is the Emiru part of all of this. And Mizkif, from what I understand, and what people have been saying, has brought the fucking receipts. And this is going to be quite tough for fucking Emiru to potentially, in a metaphorical sense, beat back. For one simple reason and one simple reason only. In terms of like a lot of her actions in this lawsuit, they've been very weird. For example, like she said she wanted to file a restraining order against Mizkif. She never has at any point in time filed a restraining order against Mizkif. Now you could be wondering, well, why? That's a little strange. It's a little weird. I think it would make a lot of sense for her to do that, considering all of the stuff that she's alleging against Mizkif, right? I mean, it makes sense. I would check out, right? Like, I don't think that's like a ridiculous thing to say, but she hasn't at any point in time in all of this. Well, that's a little weird. And it could be because she's lying. It could be because she's like forgotten lazy fucking streamer brain. I have no fucking idea why she hasn't decided to file through any restraining order. And Mizkif, because I was pretty much inclined to believe, Me Too sort of thing, believe essentially what the victim is saying until proven otherwise. Mizkif has certainly brought in a lot of corroborating evidence to say and poke a lot of holes within Emiru's sort of fucking story. And oh boy, there are many, many fucking holes that can be poked. Like, for example, she said that the stream itself was inherently spontaneous, but she had a script prepared for this. And I think I've even said this to myself in the initial sort of talk or analysis in terms of all this. It's like, okay, so she probably brought something that was prepared by lawyers, if I'm assuming correctly. But she's like saying this is a spontaneous stream. Well, okay, I didn't say this part about the spontaneous stream. I'm like, yeah, she more than likely is bringing in something prepared by lawyers. Blah 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 blah. It's pretty standard, reasonable, yada yada yada, about what I expected. Her saying that it was spontaneous and trying to make this all about sexual assault has certainly not been helping her fucking case, when in reality, this lawsuit about defamation between like Mizkif and fucking Asmongold could have just like fucking died off with like Asmongold essentially winning that one, because like Asmongold doing defamation has like literally nothing to do with any of this stuff. So it doesn't make any sense why Mizkif would try to attack Asmongold from that angle. Like, it doesn't make any, like, I don't get it. But like, I don't know. We made this all about sexual assault because we needed to try to have some additional fuel to the fire for maybe not that lawsuit specifically, but for a what was I gonna say? But for the additional sort of claims to try to go with the whole like Mizkif bad sort of narrative, yada yada yada. I know that part of it was also like OTK was also performing the defamatory actions. I know there's like another argument that Mizkif said. I think that's also kind of ridiculous. It's just like, okay, I mean, sure. I don't think like really OTK has anything to do with this, but okay, man, like whatever. You can make that claim, Mizkif. That's just probably going to get completely dismissed out of court, like how Asmongold also got completely dismissed out of this fucking case, because I don't think really Asmongold has much to do with the stuff that Emiru's alleging against him. I'm going off on a little bit of a ramble here, of course. Mizkif, talking about he's making the claim that Emiru has lied. This is the first part of all this. This is the first part. I mean, I guess there's a lot within the fucking court filings. So we'll probably keep an eye on this and see what exactly happens. What do you got for me, buddy?
And today, I would like to go over them. I'm Matthew Renato, the streamer known online as Mizkif. In the court filings, my name is also spelled Mizrandino. This is about Emily Shunk, the streamer online known as Emiru, who I was in a relationship with for about 3 years. For 3 years, she was the first person I saw every morning and the last person I saw every night. She was a person who wanted to marry me and have my children. Then, about 10 months later, after we broke up, in October of 2025, on a live stream to her audience of millions, she accused me of sexual assault, stalking, and abuse. I deny those accusations completely. To be clear about the setup, I am the one who went to court. I sued her for defamation, meaning for making false accusations that damaged me. A court has since ordered me to lay out, one statement at a time, exactly what she said that is false. This is me doing that, with a public court record and her own words placed next to each claim, so you can weigh it for yourself. Here's what's changed. After her October 2025 live stream, the accusation spread everywhere, and to most people...
Has it really been this fucking long? Like 9 months since that? It has been like 9 months since that fucking stream. Jesus Christ, time has been fucking going by. Holy fuck. Yeah, because this has all been proceeding through court for months. So yes, this is purely about the defamation lawsuit that Mizkif randomly included Asmongold in for some reason, but is specifically against Emiru, from what I believe. I don't think the whole Asmongold angle for all of this, like I said before, I think it's stupid. It's nonsensical. It was never really going to go anywhere. But there's that in particular. This has obviously been proceeding through court, yada yada yada, and there's been a bunch of like strange actions that Emiru has been doing to not really like follow up with a lot of her actions. Like I said before, with the earlier like restraining order stuff. From what I understand, she just has not sort of submitted a restraining order, as Mizkif has claimed himself. Now, obviously, Mizkif could be a fucking liar in all of this, right? Like, Mizkif is not an honest actor, blah, 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 blah. I've said this before. But I do find it a little strange that Emiru did not decide to submit a restraining order against someone who, that she alleges domestically abused her and also fucking stalks her, right? Like, okay, so... okay, girl, get a fucking restraining order. Makes sense, blah, 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 blah. She never did that. And it's just like, okay. Now that's a little weird. Why didn't you do the obvious thing? So, like I said before, it's like, did she forget? Or did she just, like, not think it was, like, a good idea? Was she advised not to do that or something? That would be a little weird for a lawyer to advise. I don't know why a lawyer would advise that of her. But sure, okay, let's... operate under the assumption that is the case. Then that's like a really boneheaded thing to do. Like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, I don't get it. It's just a little fucking peculiar and odd to me that it seems like maybe, just maybe, is like Emiru wrong about these? Because that's entirely something that can also happen as well, where she just could be lying about her fucking accusations. But I mean, you know, we'll have to wait and see what more of Mizkif says.
People, the story was already settled. I was guilty. But what changed is that in June 2026, a federal judge reviewed her request to throw my entire case out and recommended the opposite, that it moves forward. So here's the accusations that she made on stream. These are in her words as the judge quoted them. On October 2025, near the start of her live stream, by the magistrate judge on the account of the transcript, she said she was, and quote, finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Mizkif has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. Under Texas law, as a magistrate judge in my case wrote, accusing someone of a crime or of engaging in serious sexual misconduct is defamation per se. In plain terms, defamation per se means that falsely accusing someone of a crime is treated by the law as damaging on its face. So the harm does not have to be proven separately. Those are...
Ooh, that's not particularly good there for Emiru then. If it is shown that, yes, more than likely it is defamatory, her fucking statements, well, she could potentially got there in terms of the damages for defamation. If, you know, it is proven that this is a defamatory sort of fucking statement, or even that doesn't even have to have, like, perfect proof. Like I said before, listen, Texas court is not particularly great for women in terms of, like, sexual assault. Yada, yada, yada. But then again, like, there's a lot of holes that you could poke into Emiru's sort of, like, claims and actions as well. Like, I mean, again, with the restraining order stuff, like, I just don't understand why she didn't fucking go with it. Like, it makes you think, like, was she saying truthful? Is she being honest here? Like, I don't understand, like, why you didn't do that. Like, it's very strange.
Those are accusations of crimes. I deny every one of them. And the judge did not leave that standard in the abstract, applying it to her sexual assault accusation.
And also, by the way, and I forgot to mention this, even in, like, Emiru's sort of accusations, right? And based off of, like, what she said, like, apparently... she said that Mizkif put his hand down her pants, and as soon as she started screaming and saying no, he just, like, backed off, right? And in the court filings itself, it said that Mizkif did, like, fucking sexual assault. It's like, well, the video says literally otherwise, right? Like, it's like, okay, yeah, that could be sexual assault, but as soon as she started saying no, 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 don't do that, Mizkif just, like, backed off and started to, like, peter away like a cat. Her fucking words in her own video. So again, like, okay, so what, they got into a fight, Mizkif then got on top of her for some fucking reason and then tried to allegedly have sex with her or something. I don't know, it's a little weird. And then from what I understand, he tried to put his hand down her pants and then she's like, no, fuck off, and then he fucked off from there, right? The whole encounter sort of stopped. Like, was the hand down her fucking pants, or did he try to do it? I'm not exactly 100% certain. Again, because the standard for all this stuff is pretty fucking high. especially in the United States of America, especially for defamation. If a judge is saying for it to continue, that's when you have to start questioning, okay, well then, did Emmy Rue, in terms of the allegations against Mizkif, is she lying? Is this accurate? Because the standards for defamation within the United States is very high. It's interesting. It's interesting.
The same opinion. She found that accusation reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning and allowed my defamation claim to move forward. If you want to find any of these readings, I'll be putting a link below where you can read everything. For the first time I spoke until now, my account has not changed. The same denial, the same story, the same detail. I have never had to take anything back because I have never lied. She has, repeatedly, through this entire process. And I'm going to walk you through the lies in her own filings and her words. The same filing has her calling one live stream spontaneous, unedited, and unscripted in one document, and describing a lawyer's review and prepared notes in another. It has her swearing.
Yeah, that's an inconsistency that I have also brought up myself, and that's a definite key right there for fucking Mizkif, right? That is absolutely an inconsistency, right? I don't know why she claimed at all that this was a spontaneous live stream. And I even commented myself on the video when I talked about this whole fucking situation here by Emmy Rue, saying that, yeah, she more than likely, she's got to have a fucking prepared statement by a lawyer. And honestly, that's my bad for not fucking picking up for the fact that she said it was spontaneous. That's not spontaneous, right? Like, if you have a prepared fucking statement and you claim something is spontaneous, that's not what spontaneous means. You have a prepared statement. You have a script that you're reading. That's what spontaneity fucking means. Like, that's just the exact opposite of what that word means. So, again, that's not a good look there for Emmy Rue.
In a footnote that we did not get back together, while 2 months of her messages say that we did. It was her announcing a restraining order in 2 states that she never filed. Those are not differences of memory, they are lies. And the record...
That's an inconsistency as well, right? That is also a fucking inconsistency. Saying that, oh, we got together. But actually not really. More inconsistencies.
Are right here. The first thing that people told about me were that he admitted to everything. I never did. And I never moved off my own story. The first thing most people heard about was not that the accusations itself, it was that I had gone on my own stream and admitted to all of it. This is false. I denied these claims from the beginning. And I've said that in the same thing every day since. Almost no one listened to my side.
I'm a little curious here. To be fair, I did not watch fucking Mizkif's side of all this. You know, my bad. I can't believe that the leftist hates men. Sheepball, bro. It's over for me. What? Because as far as when I talked about this whole fucking situation, I'm just like, yeah, it's not looking good for Mizkif in particular. A lot of the claims here are not a good fucking look, and he may have some fucking problems here. Yada yada yada. Well, it turns out that in reality, it seems like a lot of people were not wholeheartedly, or again, I think the reason why people were more likely to take Emmy Rue's side in all of this, I would say reflexively, is probably because of what happened to her on TwitchCon. I think that's probably why. I think it's probably because of TwitchCon. Considering the fact that the Mizkif allegations came out very soon after the sexual assault, because that was fucking sexual assault that Emmy Rue had at fucking TwitchCon, a lot more people were reflexively going to be anti-fucking Mizkif because of the recent assault that happened to her at fucking TwitchCon. I think that's... if that's the case, that's very weaselly there then by Emmy Rue. Very, very, very weaselly. If my theory there is correct. Weasley, trying to use the momentum that she, rather the good faith and sympathy that she garnered from that terrible situation of that one random jabroni just walking up to her, and I think it was kissing her. Obviously, during her fucking meet and greet was not particularly great there from like Twitch's reaction to all this, and for Emmy Rue. It was obviously like very bad. Is it possible that she may have garnered that good faith she built for herself for her sexual assault claims against Mizkif, that's entirely fucking possible. I wouldn't. I don't want to say I want to put it past her. I don't know of like Emiru engaging in like such a pattern of behavior. I've not seen any indication or any evidence that she would do something like that consistently. I don't think that's really the case. I don't have any reason to really believe that, to be honest. But if it is the case that she would pull something like that, then that's like very, very fucking weaselly if that's the case. Because that would only just make her look, honestly, significantly fucking worse in terms of all this. It would not be good for her.
Before I went live, Emiru went live first. She told the world that I sexually assaulted her, abused her, and stalked her, before I had a single word in my defense. I deny those accusations completely. The word that came next, rapist, came from everyone who heard her and ran with it. The verdict was in before I even said a single word. And when I did go live, I told my side, and I've stuck with it word for word to today. She has not. She has done exactly one live stream.
Yes. And if I recall correctly, everyone also looked at that live stream from Mizkif and said, this is not a particularly good look, because his response was not exactly the best to the fucking allegations that Emiru had against him. Like, we gotta be a little fair here, obviously. His defense of himself was not particularly great and was fairly inconsistent. Now, could that be the case of everyone reflexively jumping to try to defend Emiru because of, again, the good faith that she built herself from fucking TwitchCon? That is entirely possible. Very, 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 very much so. And honestly, if that is the case, that's a astronomically bad look there for fucking Emmy.
And across that single stream, her story does not hold together. It has contradictions that are laid out in the sections that follow, in her own filings and her own words. One account has never changed. The other keeps changing. So why does the false version that I admitted to everything still win? That's because almost no one watched either stream in full. People pulled small clips from my about 30-minute response, cut away the context, and wrapped their own narrative around it for views and for clicks. And the reach was never close to her. So in Emiru's filing, her motion calls it spontaneous. Her own transcript has her describing a lawyer's review and prepared notes. In her motion to dismiss, her attorney describes the stream this way in regard to the sexual assault. The live stream was spontaneous, unedited, and unscripted, speaking openly and vulnerably in the moment. In her declaration, she states the filed transcript of the live stream is accurate, a true and correct copy. And she says at 18 minutes and 5 seconds into that,
which obviously we do have to say that's just not the case, because she says that she's prepared notes. I do recall that specifically during her... I fucking should have pointed that out, Jesus Christ, but yeah, whatever. A bad analysis on my part, I suppose. I will admit fault there. Yeah, she admitted, by the way, that she had prepared notes and a prepared script to talk about this whole situation specifically, which, again, would then indicate that's not spontaneous at all, like, whatsoever. That's, not a good look, guys.
that stream, I have been in contact with my lawyer. I had them review everything that I'm planning to say today. And across that same broadcast, she keeps refuting to how prepared she was. It was not just on a whim, she says. I took a lot of notes. I just ended up reading off my own notes. So my attorney puts it in court directly. Shunk should not be heard now to argue that her defamatory comments were some off-the-cuff, spontaneous, emotional response, when she specifically stated that not only were her comments thoroughly planned out and scripted, that they were in fact reviewed by counsel in advance to the live stream. So her brief on the stream was spontaneous and unscripted. Her own filed transcript has her saying a lawyer reviewed and it read from notes. Both are her words. In the same case, they describe the same 90 minutes 2 different ways. The sexual...
That's a real fucking bad look there from fucking Emiru. Very, very bad look. Again, you can't just make the claim that something is spontaneous when in reality you have a bunch of fucking prepared notes. But again, I do really think that this is the case, that the good faith that Emiru built for herself from the sexual assault, or the assault that she suffered at TwitchCon, trying to think, what's the best way of saying this? Yeah, she wielded it as a bit of a weapon. She wielded it as a bit of a weapon in order to go ahead with these fucking defamatory, potentially defamatory fucking claims here against Mizkif. Right? I don't think that's like ridiculous to fucking say at this point, based off of this first initial segment here.
assault allegations. She called it sexual assault. Here's what she said happened and what I did. She told her audience and later the court that what happened between us on one night was sexual assault, a crime. She named it on the live stream, where she made her own other accusations. Then she went over what she says happens that night. These are her own words, as quoted in my complaints. He started kissing my face and I let him do it. And then suddenly he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hands down my pants. And I screamed. And when I screamed, he jumped off of me like a cat. Here's what I have to say about that, plainly. I did what any man should do in the situation. She made it clear that she didn't want it, and I stopped. I respected her not consenting. I did the right thing in that situation. And look closely at her own account.
Miskiff is, again, like I said before, he's not wrong there. That is the correct fucking thing to do there. Is, again, she screamed, didn't want it, blah, 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 blah. And stopped for the sort of, like, potential of a fucking sexual assault there. I mean, that's just factual. That's just fucking true. Like, period, end of story. But yeah, like, that's pretty much inarguable. Definitely makes Emiru look much worse in that particular case there. It does not make her look really, really good there. In terms of the claims that she had of Miskiff or the fucking sexual assault claims, it's not a good look there.
Now, because on the thing that matters the most, it agrees with me. The moment she reacted, I stopped. When I screamed, he jumped off of me, like a cat. As her words, not mine. I did not push past her. I did not ignore her. The instant I understood that she was not okay, I stopped. I did not sexually assault.
Which I do believe that is the claim that she also made during the fucking live stream. That he ignored her fucking, that Miskiff ignored a lot of the protests and demands that she was making during that fucking encounter. Why the fuck would she fucking directly contradict herself there? Like, Jesus Christ, man, that's a really, really bad look.
Assault her and deny it completely. Here's word for word from the transcript filed. In this case, is what I exactly said on that stream. This was never a confession, and it was denial. And I wrote, I knew the relationship wasn't healthy at this point. I knew we had to end it soon. Emmy posted a very provocative picture, one that she knew I would hate, and she posted it to make me upset. She admitted she made me upset with it, and we got into a heated argument after I broke up with her. We broke up for about a month. Then we got back together because we thought we could make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food. And then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes and we started to kiss. She said that she was okay with it on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. So why does this false version that I admitted to everything still win? I would also like to make it very clear that up until that moment, Emiru and I have been dating for over 3 years. We did break up for about a couple weeks, but we immediately got back together. And through the past last year of our relationship, we were constantly breaking up with each other, and then we would repeatedly have sex and get back together. So this is just one of those moments. To date, there is no evidence of a police report or any other legal action over the incident she alleges happened around October 2024, despite her public statements in October 2025, where she said to her audience that she was seeking a restraining order.
I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him.
This is also something I have brought up myself in terms of all of this. Yeah, in reality, she actually did not get a fucking restraining order against Miskiff, or either maybe she put in the filing, didn't finish the prerequisite filing that was necessary for a restraining order. I don't know why she decided to not go ahead with that specifically, because again, if she is alleging she is saying is true here and whatnot, then yeah, absolutely, you get a fucking restraining order in that case. Yeah, that makes sense to me. But for whatever reason, she didn't go through with getting one. That's a little weird. It's a little strange. Like, why the fuck didn't she do that? That would make sense to me. But she never did. It's a little weird, a little strange.
Him in both Texas and California.
20 months have now passed since the alleged incident without a single criminal complaint, restraining order, or investigation appearing in any record in California or Texas. The only active case arising from any of this is my defamation lawsuit that I brought against her. The total absence of any official action over a year and a half stands in stark contrast to the severity of what she accused me of.
Yeah, like, again, you can't really disagree with what Miskiff is saying here. The fact that, again, she said that she was going to fucking get the restraining order, still has not gotten the fucking restraining order. But over, like, 20 fucking months, almost 2 years, she still hasn't gotten this. Either that's just negligence, or, like, I don't know, sheer negligence, or she just is being inconsistent with her story. Like, I don't know which it could possibly be. We can speculate at this point.
When she finally did raise it, a full year after the date, she points to, it was not to the police. It was an audience of millions on a live stream. This is the reason she gave for going live. I felt like it was a necessary stream because I have heard that he has done things to other people that align with some of my own experiences. So I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. And here is what does not fit an assault. We kept dating for months afterward. Her own messages laid out in the next 2 sections show her coming over, cooking me dinner, asking to sleep together, calling me babe, messaging me, Merry Christmas, babe. When it ended in...
I believe, yes, these were some of the initial leaks of Discord messages done by, I think, Emiru on her fucking live stream, is what Miskiff is specifically bringing up here. And it seems like, again, like, yeah, a lot of people didn't really pay attention to this in particular, but to make the claim that, you know, we're not together, he's constantly fucking lying, blah, 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 and then to show a bunch of these fucking Discord messages, a little bit of an inconsistency there. It's just like, I don't know, it's a little fucking strange that you would bring this up in particular. It's, you know, it certainly helps to poke another fucking hole in the consistency of fucking Emiru's fucking positions here, which is why Miskiff is doing it specifically.
In January 2025, I was the one who walked away, and she is the one who did not want to split up. Her lawyers swore in a footnote that we did not get back together after the assault. Her own messages in the section below say otherwise. That is a lie, and in the record proves it. In court, she changed what the accusations even were. In public, Emiru called the accusations sexual assault, the crime. But once I sued her, her lawyers argued that her own words were never factually a claim at all, only her protected emotional truth. She said, and I quote,
yeah, I don't know what the fuck that emotional truth sort of bullshit fucking means. Like, okay, emotional what does that mean exactly, right? Like, what she's like kind of like feeling at the time or something. Like, I just don't understand what that exactly means. Like, how she felt assaulted at that time, how she felt wronged at that time. I don't know. I'm gonna be so for real here, dude.
Her story is admirable, and in telling it, she is stating her emotional truth, not some statement of decisive fact. My attorneys answered that with one line. Emotional truth is not a recognized defense to defamation in Texas. And this is not just my side spin on her defense.
Yeah, that's gonna be quite the fucking gut punch to there. Yeah, emotional truth is, again, emotions, funny thing about them, they don't tend to rely on facts.
The magistrate judge, restating Shunk's own motion in her own words, described it in exactly those terms. She also argues that her statement, considered in its entirety, was an opinion or her protected emotional truth. The judge did not buy it on the part that matters the most. Vague feelings about a relationship can be protected opinion. But falsely accusing someone of sexual assault, the judge held, is different, because those words can only mean one thing, that I committed a crime. She found exactly that about Shunk's accusation. Considering the gist of Shunk's statement, which included allegations of sexual assault, the court finds that it was reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. He plausibly pleads a claim for defamation against Shunk based on her allegedly untrue statement that includes allegations of sexual.
Ooh, that's pretty rough there for fucking Emiru, where the judge is now claiming that it is reasonable to say that it is that she may have committed a fucking defamatory statement. Like I said before, okay, we do have to be a little fair. Texas courts are not particularly great for women, yada yada yada. You know, we'll get that out of the way. But like, let's be honest here. Saying something that is quote unquote your fucking emotional truth, not a fucking good look, man. It is not a good look to say that, oh, this is my emotional truth about the assault that I suffered under that big meanie Miskiff. It's like, okay, I mean, are we caring about the facts here? Because so far, you know, we'll do the fucking meme, okay? You're arguing mostly with your fucking feelings here, which again, like, it's valid to have like feelings of like betrayal and feeling bad, blah 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 about like the stuff that she was alleging that Miskiff fucking did. The problem is that, well, for Emiru, none of this was based on any fucking facts. She didn't fucking present any of the fucking evidence, not even corroborating evidence that she had, right? Because if there was like some corroborating evidence for any of her fucking claims, besides like some random Discord messages, then there would be something better to fucking go off of. But Miskiff essentially just decided to turn the Discord messages that Emiru decided to fucking leak out. Well, he just turned them against her. And that's not a fucking great position. Not a great look there for Emiru. Simply just due to the fact that, well, she claimed that Miskiff has been consistently lying and has been inconsistent with this story, when the exact opposite is true. That it's been Emiru who's been inconsistent in reality. And especially with the fact that, with the whole sort of like take, or some of the fucking things that have been alleged here, has also been kind of inconsistent as well. Because so far, like, all the right-wingers are like trying to do everything possible to discredit what Miskiff has been trying to say. But so far, I mean, this stuff is pretty fucking bulletproof. It's in a fucking court filing. Like, good luck trying to disprove this. And I find it really funny that in like a Me Too sort of like situation here, where conservatives would like pretty much 10 times out of 10 take the side of the man here. They're not doing it this time for Miskiff, which I find very interesting, because they think he's like a California like lib sort of like weirdo or something. Like, they think that Miskiff's a fucking leftist or something. He's not. He's just like a random dude who makes content on the internet. To call him a lefty is just very, very weird. But that's how you know that those guys really do not have any fucking arguments to go off of.
Assault. So here's where it stands. She told millions of people I sexually assaulted her. She has never produced a police report. We dated for months after that, the night that she points to. And when I took her to court, her own lawyers argued those words were not a factual accusation, but her feelings, her emotional truth. The federal magistrate judge.
Listen, conservatives do love to argue with their feelings over facts.
Recommended that my defamation claim goes forward on exactly that statement, and in her exact words, found it reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. Her filings say we never got back together. The messages from those months say otherwise. In her brief reply, her lawyer stated in a footnote, for clarity, Shunk and Mizrandino did not get back together after the assault. Sadly, this is a common tactic by abusers to try to justify their behavior towards victims. But on her own live stream, she described that same breakup as nothing more than a short period. A short period is a brief break. And
damn, that's pretty bad there also for fucking Emiru, because they've been constantly saying that it's been like an on. Emiru, I think, was also claiming that it's been like an on and off thing. It's been an unhealthy sort of position, which Miskiff himself also did fucking admit to, saying like, yeah, I mean, the relationship's not a particularly great spot, but to claim that this whole like a short period sort of thing, in terms of like them being on and off in terms of the relationship, and in reality they were still dating for months even after the alleged incident. So that's not a good look. Again, it's the inconsistencies that are being consistently pointed out here.
And then we got back together. So let me be exact about the timeline, because this is where people have gotten confused. According to Emiru and her lawyers, we broke up in October 2024, and they told the court that we never got back together. Every message below is after that. On November 18th, I told Emiru that she can come over, and she said, is it okay if my alarms go off at 10, LOL? I said, sure. On December 16th, I asked if she wants to come over. She tries to call my phone. On December 18th, she makes me salmon for dinner. When I tell her my uncle died, she asks if I want to come over, and she does. On December 21st, she asks to come shower at my place. Can I still come over tonight? Because she wanted to sleep with me. You know how you said my shower was cold? Obviously, I was at her place. My hot water completely is out now. I want to shower at your place. I'll just get up early again. I said yes. On December 25th, Christmas, she said hi.
Yeah, this is not good here for fucking Emiru, right? They said that they apparently they broke up at this point in time. Well, what happened? They're still doing a bunch of shit together that couples would normally do. And that's again another fucking inconsistency. It's not good here.
And then Merry Christmas, babe. This does sound like a couple that is broken up. On December 30th, 2024, we sleep together. Me, okay, I'm going to bed. Emiru said, okay. I then said, I'm just getting ready. Emiru said, do you want to sleep together? I then said, yeah. Keep in mind that a lot of the calls that we would have with each other are not shown because we called each other every single day as we slept with each other every single night. January the 15th to 18th, I call her babe in a text. Her filing said that we did not get back together after the October 2024 breakup, as she describes. These are her own messages from November, December, and January. All after that date, the filing and the messages describe two different relationships. Our next point, she also says that she ended the relationship. But here's what actually...
Guys, it turns... more inconsistencies are being consistently fucking pointed out here. I don't know why I fucking put it that way. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is a really bad fucking look. Again, she said that she broke up with him on October 20 of 2024 in that exact same fucking live stream. Clearly, that is not the case. And they were still together after probably taking a short break or whatever after that incident for... I mean, who really knows how long? Could have been several days. It could have been several weeks. A short period can really mean a lot of things. Very, very, it's ambiguous language sort of on purpose here. Because I don't know about you guys, but I'm thinking that Emmyrou is a bit of a fucking liar here, guys.
It happened the morning I walked out. We were together on and off for 3 years. A relationship we kept hidden from almost everyone around us. But near the end, we broke up, we got back together more times than I can count. I wanted space, and she wanted to move closer. I told her I wanted her to move out, and that I wanted space, and it was a line that never healed. The week of our official breakup in January, we had agreed to finally sit down and each say what we wanted for the future. We slept at her house. On the morning of January 23rd, 2025, she handed me a note. In it, she wrote that she wanted to marry me, that she wanted to build a life and move into an apartment right next to me, because she knew how much I needed my space. And I looked at it. I looked at her, and I handed it back to her. I told her, I can't do this anymore, and I'm sorry. And the last thing I heard as I was closing her front door, and she said, don't go. This is who ended it. So in my complaint, I said, he called off the relationship in January 2025. So to be exact, the exact date that our relationship ended was on...
Okay, so basically, Emmyrou just could not let go of the relationship. I believe this is consistent with what Mizkif has even said himself in his fucking live streams and everything. And I think a lot of people just kind of looked at it and thought it was like cringe, and it's just like, look at the desperate attempts that Mizkif is trying to basically have in order to get back with Emmyrou, blah, 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 blah. Essentially just like flipping the whole sort of like a narrative against him specifically, which... Not particularly honest behavior here from a lot of the detractors. Because let's be honest here, I mean, his like initial response to all of this, we have to keep it a $1.50. It wasn't the best, it wasn't the greatest, and again, I really do think that this is the main crux out of all of this. I think that Emmyrou was really using the good faith that she built up because of her TwitchCon assault, right? Because those allegations against Mizkif came after, I mean, pretty soon after that particular event happened, right? Of course, when the random dude went up to fucking kiss her while she was doing her fucking meet and greet at fucking TwitchCon, right? That TwitchCon really did not do anything about. It seems like to me, Emmyrou used that good faith that she curried in order to go ahead with these allegedly defamatory fucking statements against Mizkif, which again, not good, not a good fucking look here, because with all the stuff, because Mizkif is pointing out a lot of corroborating evidence, whereas with Emmyrou, she has been hardly putting out much corroborating fucking evidence, to be quite honest, and has been hardly, like, not even a police report and still no fucking restraining order after still about 2 years of this happening. Either she's just completely negligent, or she just wants this all to essentially, like, blow away and just, like, not have to fucking think about it. It's one of the fucking two. Who really knows exactly, right? Either way, that's, like, a really, really bad fucking look, because, again, it would make sense that if she is, what she alleged happened, you would go ahead and tell the police about that. You would file a report. You would try to get that fucking investigated. You would try to get that fucking resolved. But she didn't. You would get a fucking restraining order as well. Any fucking lawyer would advise you to do that. But she didn't. That's a little fucking interesting there, guys. A little interesting. Why is she not doing this? Why is she not doing any of the, like, standard fucking behaviors when a lot of these situations, generally speaking, pop up? It makes you start to ask some questions. Well, okay. Is she lying here? Interesting. Because again, the problem with like Mizkif's initial sort of like talks when he talked about this whole situation, it wasn't exactly the best like sort of evidence in terms of all of this, and people were more so ready to take Emiru's side in terms of all of this because of the good faith that she curried from TwitchCon, specifically because of the sexual assault that she had there, and also, well, she's she's a prominent girl and is very, very good looking, blah, 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 blah. That's also another thing that you have to fucking consider in all of this. The story seemed quite believable, seemed quite fucking plausible. And Mizkif, not exactly currying a lot of favor for himself. He's not exactly the best, shall we say, dude within the content creation fucking sphere, right? And he already had a bunch of bullshit against him and was already seen as a bit of a fucking pariah. So people were more likely to be biased against him, which was not helping him in terms of these fucking claims, right? People already had a particular sort of bias against him, and it was not looking good. So that's probably why a lot of people were just like, ugh, fuck Mizkif, he's a piece of shit, blah, 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 and it's not particularly great. Which is why people were sort of just, like, willing to just, like, completely cut him off, drop of a hat, blah, 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 you know, moving on from there with their lives, right? Just like, another instance of, like, a shitty man being shitty to a woman, and then just, like, thought-terminating cliche, and then no further fucking engagement with what Mizkif is actually saying. See, let's be honest here, he had a bit of a fucking rough hill to climb, for lack of a better term. But, I mean, listen, he's got the receipts. The judge has said what they said, and it's so far being entirely consistent with his fucking side of the story, and he's pointing out all the inconsistencies that Emiru has had against Mizkif. And I have to really fucking say here, guys, we're not even, like, we're just about a third of a way through all this. It's not looking good, dudes. It's not it may be looking a bit over Emmy bros.
On January 23rd, 2025, I left Austin in early February, first for Japan, and the move to Los Angeles came afterwards. After 2 trips overseas, the day-by-day in the timeline is going to be shown. These messages are showing with me and at one point my best friend, Extra Emily. So Extra Emily knew that I wanted to break up with Emiru for a long time, and these messages are on the exact date that I broke up with Emiru on January 23rd, 2025. I messaged her and I said, bitch, I did it. I ended it. Emily said, shut up. No way. I'm free to call whenever. I said, are you streaming? And she said, not until Saturday. And then I messaged her and I said, okay, I'll call in 5. The conversation didn't end there. 2 days later, on January 25th, it was Emiru reaching out to talk things over with Extra Emily. And Extra Emily had already heard from me that it was over. So this is January 25th, 2025. Extra Emily says, okay. And then she says, she texted me to talk. I'm pretending like you didn't tell me the news. Okay, I'm talking to her on the phone soon. I then said, are you streaming tomorrow? And she said, no. So if this doesn't prove that Emiru is lying, that who broke up with who, I don't know what does. So now we're gonna move on to the stalking allegations and where I actually was. On February 2nd, 2025.
Oh boy, fucking timeline. Oh man, okay, what do we have here? So breakup happens January 23rd. That was initiated by Mizkif. Then he goes to Japan. I think there was like a clip of him being like a dumbass in Japan or something, which did not make him look particularly great, blah, 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 blah. March to May, where seemingly not that much time happens, or not really much happens, and then he has another trip to Japan. Or wait, no. Throughout the entirety of March to May, he's been in March. Specifically in Japan. That's like really the only thing that's there. Okay. Then he moves to LA. He has a poker tournament. And then he goes back to Austin so then he can hang out with a streamer friend. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, and then he's been in LA for the rest of the year after breaking up with Emiru. And he's just not spent that much time within Austin, right? Breakup happens January 23rd. He was still in Austin there. Then he does the overseas trip, does more overseas trips. Then he was in Austin based off of the green here, because that's where I assume he was fucking living, and then he decided to move to LA. Well, not decided, he moved to LA, so then he can just, I don't know, move on with his life. Maya, what's up, Maya? How's it going, buddy? We're going over the fucking Mizkif. not allegations, but him going over his fucking court transcript and a retelling of all the events. And I'm just gonna say right now, it ain't looking good for Emiru. She may have been a bit of a fucking liar so far, and Mizkif may actually be coming off looking pretty squeaky clean in terms of that whole messy fucking breakup.
Days after we broke up, I flew to Japan. The reason why I flew to Japan is that I knew if I stayed in Austin, that we were just going to get back together and get in the same loop that we had been in for almost a year. On February 21st, 2025, I came back to Austin and stayed about 3 weeks. This is when my friend Simply had a party, which is the one that she ties to stalking. It was on February 23rd, 2 days after I landed, about a month after we broke up. On March 16th, 2025, I flew back to Japan.
Okay, so him going to a party is what she's claiming is stalking. That's not... I got bad news, guys. That's not how that works. Now, unless Emiru and Mizkif were in the same sort of, like, I don't know, area as one another, going to a random party in Austin, that's not... Listen, call me a lipcock or whatever, folks. That's not stalking. That's not how that works. Because, again, why did he go there? Well, I mean, he ended up going to a fucking baby shower as well. Which, again, that's not stalking. If he was stalking, he would be trying to, like, go to Emiru's fucking apartment and location. Because, again, the reason why she's bringing up stalking here specifically is because of the fact that she has had stalkers in the past before, right? It's to garner fucking sympathy. That's the point, right? It's like, oh, well, Emmy's had to deal with fucking stalkers before, so of course this fucking chud loser fucking Mizkif would also stalk her as well. Makes perfect sense, blah, 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 blah. When that's not what happened, guys. He was there for a party in Austin, doing whatever, doesn't really matter. Was Emiru even at that fucking location, at that party? Who exactly knows? I'm going to operate under the assumption probably not. So to say that that is a case of stalking, bit of a reach.
And stayed there for nearly 2 months. On May 12th, 2025, I returned to Austin for about 2.5 weeks. And in May 29th, 2025, I moved to Los Angeles. Stalking means being near someone and contacting them when they don't want it. For most of the year after we ended it, I was on another continent and then in another state. I put distance between us deliberately, more than once. And on my own stream, here is what I exactly said about it. That week, I made flights to Japan because I didn't want to sit around and wait possibly to get back together again. I have never talked to her in person since. I have been removed from OTK Discords. I did see her at a party once at Simply's house, one of my close friends. The house was very small and I opened the door. I said, whoops, I want to make it very clear I was not following her. It just happened that I was with someone she knew the entire night. The house is about 2,000 square feet with about 50 people. I, of course, was near her, but I was never following her.
Yeah, kind of difficult. So, again, it was because of that fucking house party. Okay, so I was correct in my assumption there. She went to the same party, that they were in the same location, so she made the claim that it's stalking. It's like, it's not how that works exactly. Again, like, it would be stalking if Mizkif was, like, constantly popping up by her fucking place or whatever. Or, like he said before, constantly contacting her after the breakup when she didn't want to. Based off of what Mizkif is saying here, we have to operate under the assumption that, well, I mean, the Japan stuff is consistent. We knew he was in Japan during that time. He made content there, I believe, in Japan, right? So we can find clips of him probably just, like, I don't know, prancing about in Japan or whatever. You can find those. That's not stalking. Like, that's just not it. That's fucking nonsense.
The specific incident she calls stalking is a party. Here is how she described it on her own stream from the certified transcript she filed herself. I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal private communication, but I also had to start avoiding going to the same parties or places I was worried he'd be. There was a party that I attended. I was aware that he would be there, and I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. We're adults, right? During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me, but I thought that that was just being paranoid. About 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens, it's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes ooh, and closes the door and leaves. That is the entirety of her stalking allegations. Read in her own words, this is obviously not stalking. She was never cut off.
Yeah, that's, yeah, that ain't it, Chief. I'm gonna be honest, that's not fucking stalking, man. Ooh, that's, ooh, this is looking really, really bad for fucking Emiru. So, again, no police report, as Mizkif has said himself, and as I've said also, before. Well, not the police report stuff, but mostly the stalking, filing for the fucking for the restraining order, rather. She never filed a restraining order for the stalking that Mizkif was allegedly fucking engaging with. Still no fucking police report for the sexual assault that she is alleging Mizkif of doing. Still has not fucking done that in any case in time. But again, she decided to go on a fucking live stream instead to talk about what Mizkif did to her, allegedly, of course. So there's that, which it's again not a good fucking look, guys. Not a good fucking look. Lots of inconsistencies all around in terms of all of this. And listen, a lot of like fucking detractors may potentially say like, Daho, you pretend to be a proponent of Me Too. Why are you just automatically taking the side of the fucking woman here? Which I find to be fucking hilarious that all the fucking chuds are acting in this way and saying that, obviously dishonestly, because they don't actually give much of a shit about women's allegations that they have against powerful men, but whatever. I have been consistent about this throughout the entirety of this time. When it comes to Me Too allegations, and the reason why I initially took Emiru's side in all of this is because the standard pattern of behavior when it comes to Me Too accusations or sexual assault allegations from women against men is to automatically take the side of the fucking woman. And the reason that you do that, unless otherwise stated or any other evidence presented otherwise, the reason why that is done specifically is for one reason and one reason only. There is social stigmatism against victims. Not only is there social stigmatism against victims, but there is also a sort of like understanding amongst, men within the patriarchal system that we find ourselves under, that obviously, we can't listen to anything that the woman is saying here. Everything that she's saying here has to be automatically seen as like bad and wrong, because why would she be coming up with those fucking claims, right? Why would she be saying these fucking positions? Clearly she has something to gain in terms of all of this, which is why Me Too operates under the assumption that the woman is correct in her fucking claims that the man is potentially, or that the woman is making against the man potentially, blah, 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 blah. That's how it fucking works. And every sort of Me Too case has been essentially stipulated, saying like, listen, it's entirely possible that the woman could be lying. No one is disagreeing with this. They could be lying and trying to use this for their own fucking benefits, their own political benefits, or other various benefits, for, I don't know, like, I was going to say, like, popularity or whatever. Whatever, like, popularity, to try to gain something to grift, yada, yada, yada. This is something that consistently fucking happens in Me Too accusations. However, you still have to see how exactly it all fucking plays out, weigh the evidence, and come to fucking conclusions yourself. That's what Me Too actually fucking asks for. But here's the problem, and for as to why all of this is fucking tainted to begin with. The reason why this is all fucking tainted to begin with is because there have been a bunch of dishonest actors, mostly conservatives, who wanted to use the whole sort of Me Too movement in order to catalyze a conservative culture war over it, to incentivize backlash against the fucking movement, because in reality, conservatives fucking hate women. It's whoa, guys, radical take from the fucking lefty. Conservatives don't like women. I know, very, very avant-garde and edgy, and a very controversial fucking take. But it's been made very clear from the actions of Emiru, and based off of the corroborating evidence that Mizkif is bringing up against her, She is not exactly honest in terms of any of her fucking behaviors here. It's not looking good for her. This is, so far, Mizkif has brought in the fucking receipts. He's brought in a lot of the corroborating evidence when everyone was pretty much ready to completely fucking write him off for the fact that he did some allegedly pretty fucking horrendous shit, as was being alleged there by Emmy. Well, apparently that's not the case, and she may be fucking lying here, because we are seeing a lot of fucking inconsistencies here in terms of her fucking story, and potential instances where we can probably say she may have fucking lied, which is not a good look. And that's the problem with all of this, right? Like, it makes Me Too look worse. It makes, like, believing women a more complicated sort of, well, ask for a lot of people, because of exact behavior like this, of dishonest actors utilizing this for their own fucking purposes.
She says that she cut me off through personal private communication, but she controlled the contact. She didn't block me, and on her own stream, she showed messages proving that I could still reach her. Choosing not to answer someone while never blocking them, while leaving every channel they could use to reach you wide open, and while showing no sign that you want them to stop, is not the same as being stalked. She also knew that I was going to be there. In her own words, she was aware that I would be there, and chose to attend the same party.
Like, dude, like, unironically, if you were so fucking afraid of being stalked, yeah, like, I mean, what Mizkif is saying here is correct. Why would you choose to attend the same party where you think your stalker is more than likely going to be? And why the fuck did you not block them on all of your social media accounts? That doesn't make any sense. If you block someone on a social media account, dog, you can still recover those fucking messages. You can. Like, you still can. You still have access to those. They just can't fucking reply to you or anything. And besides, if we're talking about Discord here, if there is a blocked fucking message, you know what? What it'll say? One blocked message. And you can open that up whenever the fuck you want. You can open that. Absolutely. Right? And get your screenshots and paste it all appropriately to make a document, yada, yada, yada. But Emiru clearly has never fucking blocked Mizkif. That's a little interesting, guys. A little interesting.
You knew the other person would be at is the opposite of being followed. She also says that she felt and thought she was paranoid. She does not say I actually followed or monitored her. She said that she felt that way, and twice told her audience that she thought she was just being paranoid.
That's quote-unquote more of that emotional truth stuff right there that was described earlier. Again, it's not good, guys. The emotional truth stuff that's not based in any terms of any fucking factual evidence. You just, again, you know, just like every other fucking conservative, you know, that's been defending her, she decided to, you know, argue with her feelings over the fucking facts, guys. You know, it's a consistent pattern of behavior.
And lastly, I opened the door and I left. Her one concrete moment is that about 30 minutes later, I opened a door, saw that she was inside, and said, ooh, and walked away. Stalkers follow you. They obsess over you. They don't open a door at your friend's party and walk away.
Then fuck off.
This is the entire first-hand account in her own filing on the strength of it that she listed stalking among the crimes she accused me of. If I is the opposite of being followed. She also says that she felt and thought she was paranoid. She does not say I actually followed or monitored her. She said that she felt that way, and twice told her audience that she thought she was just being paranoid. And lastly, I opened the door and I left. Her one concrete moment is that about 30 minutes later, I opened a door, saw that she was inside, and said ooh, and walked away. Stalkers follow you. They obsess over you. They don't open a door at your friend's party and walk away. This is the entire first-hand account in her own filing on the strength of it that she listed stalking among the crimes she accused me of. If I was stalking her, I would be the worst stalker on the planet. I left the country for months immediately after we broke up, flew to Japan twice, and moved across the country shortly after I returned. That is the behavior of someone pulling as much distance possible between themselves and the other person, not following them.
That's unironically, this is just the exact opposite of fucking stalking. Yeah, it's looking like a second, or rather a 2 out of 2 instance of Emiru lying, guys. I don't know, man. Like, I almost want to say, like, we could just, like, fucking pack this shit up. I think it might be looking kind of over, guys. I don't know, man. I don't want to be a fucking asshole or whatever, but I think Emiru might have defamed Mizkif here.
And while she was calling me a stalker in front of millions of people, she was quietly making the rounds through the community, going from person to person, behind my back, spreading a version of events I had no opportunity to answer. Emiru also claims on her own stream that she filed a restraining order in 2 states. Emiru said, and I quote, "I'm already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both."
We know that this is a lie, by the way. There's just... Because you could probably find those documents. She just hasn't. Just has not. At all.
Both Texas and California. A restraining order is a public court record. It is not in her motion. It is not in her sworn declaration. It is not in her first reply. She has not produced one or any as of today, roughly 8 months later. After she announced it, there is still no restraining order or protective order of any kind against me that has appeared in Texas or California. My own attorney has received none.
Here's the thing: you can actually find, yeah, I mean, you know, just to do the meme real quick, you can find that one for Pink Chew against fucking Tectone now after it got fucking leaked by fucking illegal mindset that wannabe fucking rapist.
And the people who follow the case closely, watching for any filings of any type, have also found none. And the timing is the whole point. In both states she named, an emergency order is built to be fast because it's meant for people in real danger.
In an emergency.
In California, a judge can grant a temporary restraining order the same day you apply, with a full hearing set just 21 to 25 days later. In Texas, a judge can grant a temporary ex parte protective order the same day on a finding, a clear and present danger, with a hearing within 14 days. Someone who genuinely needs protection can have a temporary order in hours, not months.
But
she said that she was
didn't.
already in the process in October 2025. 8 months later, there is nothing. She
Yeah, that's not great, because I was about to say, what's the point of a fucking restraining order if you can't just fucking immediately get one if you feel like your life is in danger in case of an emergency? Still nothing. After months. Oof.
also told her audience that my lawsuit was a bluff that I couldn't win. In nearly the same breath, she predicted that I would sue her and waved it off in advance as meaningless. She put, and I quote, "I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for the stream that I did today and for coming out about him. Not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons. Like a slap lawsuit." Interesting. So on camera, she was sure of two things. A restraining order was already on the way, and that my case was baseless. It was a PR stunt that I couldn't win. Neither of those things have held up. There's been no restraining order or protective order that has ever appeared in Texas or California. And the judge who reviewed her motion to throw my case out recommended the opposite, that it moves forward. She told her audience I could not win. The court let me proceed. So here's the part that she leaves out about the party. Simply, whose party it was is one of my closest friends. We lived together for years. And at the time, we were going through our both breakups and dealing with our own problems. When I got back from Japan, he is the one who invited me. I was not there to find her. While Simply was giving me a tour of his house, I opened the door, I saw 4 OTK members sitting there in the corner, and closed it. That is the whole opening the door
Guys,
moment
it's
that she
stalking,
describes
guys.
as me stalking her. I want that to sink in, that is what she described as stalking. Moment she describes a tour of my best friend's house is me stalking her. And my own text from that night prove it in real time. I messaged Extra Emily asking why everyone was upstairs, what the group in the corner was about, and what was going on. I thought that they were making another version of OTK, and I got worried. And Extra Emily just told me to basically not worry at all. That was it. And she somehow labeled that as stalking. In May of 2025, 5 months after we broke up.
Yeah, man, I do think the fucking stalking claims is properly fucking defeated here. I'm gonna be honest here. Bro didn't fucking stalk her. Bro didn't stalk her at this point in time. Like, we just have to operate like, well, that's not an assumption at this point, but based off of the corroborating evidence that we're being given here, I think it's fucking because my man's brought receipts, and so far, I mean, we still failed to not like produce any fucking evidence for any of her claims, like whatsoever. It's kind of like, I don't want to say it's like malpractice, right? I don't think it's like accurate to say. It's malfeasance. Like, I mean, it's just bad. Like, she's making herself look worse. I don't know, man. It's not looking good here for Emiru here.
I sent her a long message by her own account on her own stream. She received it and sat with how to respond until her friends told her it had to be AI. She said, and I quote, "I had someone send me a massive apology message and I wasn't sure like what to respond. I showed a couple of friends and they were like, this is literally ChatGPT."
I had someone send me like a massive like apology message, and I wasn't sure if I like wanted to respond. So like I showed a couple friends and they're like, "Emmy, this is literally ChatGPT," and I was like, "Oh, I guess I'm not responding."
You could put it back into ChatGPT and be like, "Is this?"
Yeah, no, they did, and ChatGPT said it's probably ChatGPT.
This is obviously about me because we were in a relationship the entire time.
Wait, hold on. You're using ChatGPT to verify if a fucking message is AI or what the fuck? What are you doing? That's like the worst fucking goddamn application to use in order to check if something was made by fucking ChatGPT. Like, what the fuck would you do that? Hello? Jesus Christ. Man, she's, Emiru is like doing like literally everything possible to just kind of completely fuck up here. Like that's not a very, very suitable way to try to fucking prove that something is coming from ChatGPT. Because a lot of those like even third party sort of like, hey, is this thing made by AI or whatever, blah 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 blah. Those things are not reliable either, right? Like there's not a lot of reliable sort of ways to check if something was like made by an AI chatbot or whatever. Like. It's unfortunate. It's like mostly the best way to do it right now is just to like have like a in tune sort of feeling for it. Just like, yeah, I think this shit looks like fucking AI, man. Like, what the fuck is this? Just to like say forehead. Oh yeah, dude. I think this is like ChatGPT, and then fucking try to put that back through fucking GPT itself in order to fucking check. That's not how any of this works, man. It's like the standard here is just not. It's not good enough.
That ChatGPT has existed. This was months before she even went public with an accusation. You do not consider how to respond to the person you say sexually assaulted, abused you, and stalked you. The only thing that stopped her was that her friends decided that my words were too well written to be mine. Think about that. I would like to now talk about the abuse claim that Emiru tried to hint at on her stream. Here's the truth, in my own words. I have never hit Emiru. The one physical thing that ever happened was an accident. I had a habit of tossing my phone onto my bed, and one time it bounced off the mattress and caught her in the eye, and it left a bruise. I felt terrible about it. I apologized immediately. I stopped throwing my phone that day, and we moved past it. That is the only time I ever hurt her, and it was not on purpose. What makes that more than just my word is that, at the time, her own account matched it in 2022. When she had the bruise, she did not call it abuse to anyone. She called it an accident both publicly and in private. In Emiru's best friend at the time's chat room on August 11, 2022, surrounded by all of Emiru's close friends and even her brother, she said the same thing. When a friend asked her directly whether something had given her the black eye, she answered that it was not intentional and called the whole thing a funny story that she would explain later. Verbatim, did someone knock you out, Emily? Emiru said, not intentionally. I got a black eye a week or two and it's finally almost gone. It's a long story, but funny as fuck. LOL, I'll DM you later. There was never a police report. There is nothing in any record.
Oof. Getting the fucking chat logs for that one. Not a particularly good look. Right? Because, the claim that Emiru was making specifically in her stream about this is that Mizkif would throw a bunch of stuff, that she got a black eye from it. And did not really go into much specific detail about that. So, that's the sort of abuse claims that Emiru was making against Mizkif at the time. And, well, if it was an accident of him just, like, throwing his fucking phone. Like, listen, I've done that before. I've thrown my phone on the fucking bed, blah, 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 blah. It bounces off and could potentially hit someone. Yeah, you know what happens, right? Does that mean it's fucking intentional? Like, in order to I don't know, like, cause harm to someone? It's not really. Like, shit just fucking happens sometimes. I mean, it just is what it is.
From that time that treats this as an abuse in calls, text messages, or anything that me and Emiru had. It was not called intentional abuse until 3 years later when Emiru went live. The bruise never changed. The story about it did. I will also have more messages about this as my lawyer lets me show, proving that this was never abuse, and Emiru has changed the story of it to fit her narrative to make people think that I am a monster. Emiru has accused me of sexual assault, stalking, and abuse. These are all crimes. In the time since, there's been no arrests, no criminal charges, no prosecution, no police complaints against me have surfaced anywhere in this case. On January 15, 2025, the federal magistrate judge has said to the district judge, the Honorable Robert Pittman, that she would deny defendant Emily Beth Shunk's motion to dismiss the First Amendment complaint. The order in which Ms. Rodino is to submit a more definitive statement within 30 days identifying each statement by Shunk.
So this is exactly what this video is meant to do, as Mizkif has said earlier. That this is the definitive statement, right? Within the 30-day fucking period. Certainly has been satisfied, shall we say. And it seems like this lawsuit is going to continue onward here for Mizkif, which, well, I mean, it's a big W for fucking Mizkif. And it's not looking specifically good here for Emiru.
alleges to be defamatory, including the exact quotes from her live stream and how each statement is untrue and how it harms him. So what this essentially means is that Emeru's motion to dismiss did not go through, and that we are continuing the court case. That recommendation still goes to the district judge for a final decision, and that same recommendation is why this record exists. The court told me to spell it out one by one, exactly what she said that I allege is false and how it harmed me. This is what I'm doing. It is the court letting my case move forward, not a verdict, and I won't describe it as one. To much of the internet, I am a rapist, I'm an abuser, and I'm a stalker. None of that is true. And that is the version of me posted under every video I make and handed to people who used to watch me, people I worked with, and people who have never met me. It has cost me my reputation that I've worked 10 years for. It has reached my family, it has reached my friends, and has hurt my work directly. Making content, getting sponsors, and using the platform I spent years building, the same community she built her following on. And it did not stay online. At multiple events, I have been called a rapist. And at one event, minutes after I picked up a wristband, 3 security guards walked me out in front of everyone, and posts mocking me for it reached hundreds of thousands of people. I've been called a rapist to my face in bars and restaurants for most of the last 8 months. And I decided to stay inside because of it.
Holy shit, he can fucking then claim reputational damages. That's, and I mean, again, based off the statements that Mizkif is saying here, because he's providing receipts, corroborating evidence, and his story has been consistent, by the way, even from his initial fucking live stream, right? Which was not a particularly great response, but again, like, listen, parasociality, people were on Emiru's side, and I'm saying that I think it's the 5th or 6th time I'm bringing this up. This is really shitty specifically here from Emiru because she used the good faith that she built up from her assault on TwitchCon. Again, I want to say this, and I'm surprised that Mizkif himself has not said this specifically because I think this is a really, really, maybe not like bulletproof. That might not be like correct for me to say, but this is a key fucking point that I think is incredibly important to bring up. The reason why these allegations came out specifically after her assault at fucking TwitchCon is because she built up a ton of good faith across the entirety of the fucking community of live streamers, because of that good faith that she built up to go ahead with these fucking allegations. And it's looking like she might have bitten off way more than she could fucking chew, because this is going to be difficult for Emiru to get over this metaphorical sort of hill.
This is a girl named Meg who said, "Imagine being such a prick you got kicked out of the FlyQuest party after showing up uninvited." This is another tweet. "LOL, Mizkif got kicked out of the FlyQuest party after getting rejected on the Partyful app." And then someone asked, "What is this party? Also, what is the Partyful ALR? Thanks for ahead of time." She said, "TLDR, he was rejected from an esports party, showed up anyway, and got kicked out instantly." So they tried to paint a narrative that I was kicked out and that I was not invited. I want to make it very clear. I was invited by my friend Alana. She just texted me and said go. And I have been to hundreds of parties before Emiru's allegations with no problem in any way, shape, or form. And I got texted by Alana to go to this party with my friend JD. We show up, we did get wristbands immediately, and we were able to walk in. 15 minutes later was when I was escorted out. I never had a problem getting into the party. I showed my ID just like everyone else and waited in line and was immediately let in, only to be almost immediately let out. This was not a case of someone who was simply disliked. And before I left for Japan, after I broke up with Emiru, I was around creators of every kind. And when I came back, almost no one spoke to me. And while I was in Japan, Emiru went through all of my old friends and everyone that we were friends with and spread lies about me. And instead of going to the police or any legal channel, she went straight to the people who mattered the most in my life and my career, whether out of...
Yeah, she decided to go ahead and spread defamatory fucking claims, it looks like. Oof! And in order to try to damage Mizkif's reputation, almost as if... that may have been the fucking point of this at this point, guys. I don't know. I'm just like constantly repeating myself here, but this is not good for Emiru. This is really bad. He's presented the fucking claims. He's presented the evidence. The judge is going ahead with the defamation lawsuit. The judge themselves also said that, yeah, this potentially could be fucking defamatory. And again, I've said this before, defamatory is within the United States of America. To prove that, that's really difficult. That's really, really, really hard to do, guys. But, I mean, like, oof. This is pretty rough here, because, again, like, Emiru has failed to produce, like, much evidence in terms of, or much, like, corroboration in terms of a lot of her, like, fucking claims. Again, she said she was going to go for a restraining order. Still hasn't for the almost about 2 years. No police report has been filed about this, which means you have to ask yourself some questions. Like why? Hello? Like, why didn't you immediately file a police report based off of that or something? Why didn't you immediately file for a restraining order based off of that immediately? If that's the fucking case, based off of what you claim. It's almost as if she may have been potentially lying here, guys.
Bitterness that I was the one who ended it, or for some other reason, I cannot say. What I can say is that friends stepped back, not for anything I did, but for what she told them while I wasn't in the room. And the harm was done before I even said a single word. People watched Emeru's live stream and came almost immediately to every place you can find me and said that I was a rapist and destroyed my name. A false story then took hold that I had admitted to everything when I hadn't. When I spoke, I denied everything, and you can see it on my YouTube channel. And the file transcript proves it. But people who had already made up their mind repeated the false version anyway. Her words were chosen with care, precise enough to be legally actionable, vague enough to let an audience picture the worst. She never had to say rapist. She said sexual assault. And to the millions of people that she said that to, people now call me rapist to my face. That is the harm. It is ongoing. It is every day. And that is why this record exists. Before the breakup, I was not an outcast as many of you think. I was the center of this community. This is the opposite of the story that people now tell about me. In the year before the breakup, 2024, my house was constantly having people there. I had 4 or 5 creators staying at my house almost every single night. I had Extra Emily who was in the backyard doing something. I was hosting something, streaming with others, and collaborating with people across the entire Twitch scene. In the year that people try to paint that I was a nobody, I had over 100 collaborations with other creators, and I helped lead OnlyFans, the hardcore World of Warcraft guild that had over 300,000 active people checking in on it every single day, that Sodapoppin and I ran together, which brought more than 300 creators into the same guild. And that was just a single month. In October 2024, 3 months before our breakup, I collaborated with Fuslie, Pokimane, the Botez sisters, T10 Nat, Hassan, and Extra Emily. I had a boys' night with NMP, E-Rob, and my friend Dave. I went to go see all of the Game of Thrones collection before they went on auction, and I even hung out with Jason, Max, and Ron that year. I also collaborated with people like Mari, Julia, and Danny. Yes, people try to call me an outcast, but I was outcasted when I came back from Japan. To show you how little of an outcast I was, these messages are between me and my friend at the time, Leslie, who is also known online as Fuslie. This was November 2nd, 2024, just 2 months before me and Emeru had broken up. I was in LA, and I wanted to meet up with her, but she responded, I won't get to see you before you go, but I'm coming to Austin for OTK game day, so I'll see you in like 2 weeks. And then you can just come to LA whenever, because you'll love it here. Oh, lol.
The people who are mostly claiming rather that Miss Giff is basically an outcast, I would mostly say is the fucking conservatives, because again, parasocial attachment that they have to Emiru because of her relationship with fucking Asmongold, blah 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 blah. That's mostly the biggest reason why. It's all parasocial bullshit.
Wait, that's great. What was your apartment complex called? On November 4th, 2024, she then tells me her apartment number. This was someone that I once called one of my closest friends, Fuslie, wanting me to move to LA as I was telling her 2 months before I broke up with Emeru that I wanted to move to LA and get out of Austin, Texas. Because I knew at the time that I wanted to end it with Emeru and move on. At the time, Fuslie was one of my best friends in the scene. Her and I would talk all the time about our problems, our issues. We would play games together. I was hanging out with her on stream constantly for about 3 or 4 years straight. And whenever we had an issue, we'd call each other. Whenever I was in LA, she was the first person I'd call. Fuslie, whose real name is Leslie, I met her 4 years ago when I went on a girl named Katamia's stream for her subathon. And it turned into some of the most fun I ever had streaming. We became close fast. We played games together all the time. We talked constantly about content, our lives, our relationships, and sponsors. When I was anywhere near LA, she was the first person I called. And just 2 months before my relationship ended, she wanted me to move into her own building in LA. Right there, with her, November 2024 text will show that the unit under Valkyrays is available, and come to LA whenever. I'll love it here. That is the friendship this next part is going to show you that I had. I was very close to all of these people in LA, just like I was to everyone in Austin. But I wanted to move to LA, and I knew I wanted to break up with Emeru. This next part that I'm going to show will show you what has happened to my reputation ever since Emeru's accusations. On June 18th, 2025, after texting me how excited that she was for me to come over, Fuslie came to my house to hang out. She cut my hair, and I streamed it. The very next day, June 19th, is when Cutie Cinderella sent the message shown before you that Fuslie had gone to Cutie asking what she thought about me, and Cutie told her her feelings, and then told her to reach out to Emeru. Cutie is a dumbass, and sent that message to an account that she thought was Emeru, but it wasn't. It was Emmy OK.
Yeah, it's Emmy OK. It's a different Emiru. Oh no. Goofy.
Who then gave it to me after Emeru made her allegations.
That's what Fuslie asked me what I thought about Miss today, and I told her my feelings. She asked what happened what happened with you two, and I told her to reach out to you. Oops.
Telling you that people were my friends prior, but then once they heard Emeru's allegations, completely stopped talking to me. That is a 24-hour window between Fuslie sitting in my house and...
Because here's the thing, okay. I'm trying to think, like, I don't know, like a quote-unquote to be fair, I suppose. The thing is Based off of a lot of the accusations, based off of like Miskiff's not as effective fucking responses, I would be sort of interested and curious to see if people decide to come back to Miskiff or whatever. Just be like, wow, holy shit, dude, I'm actually pretty fucking sorry, man. We kind of, I don't know, shot the pooch on this one in particular. Wow, fucking Emiru's kind of an asshole here. Listen, I'll also admit, yeah, Emiru's kind of a fucking asshole here. She definitely fucked up here majorly. Her story is inconsistent. It's bad. She's lied consistently, and it's been essentially proven here at this point. Even the judge is saying, like, yeah, guys, I think this might be fucking defamatory statements here. It's not looking good for Emiru in particular, right? This is pretty fucking bad. Miskiff certainly has the receipts. He has a lot of the circumstantial fucking, not circumstantial, corroborative sort of evidence to make the claims that, yeah, this is a bunch of fucking hooey and a bunch of bullshit. And there has been a rather concerted effort, specifically by conservatives, to gather around all of this and essentially do everything possible to fucking protect Emiru. And listen, I'll be the first to admit, like I said before, with a lot of like Me Too cases, I'll say it again, you believe the woman until evidence is being presented otherwise. But I mean, as Miskiff has himself also said, the evidence was already sort of like being pointed out there. I think again, it was just not being presented probably particularly well by Miskiff, maybe. I don't really know why a lot of the stuff that Miskiff was saying did not catch on particularly well. We can speculate till the cows come home for as to why this is the fucking case. We can take guesses, blah, 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 blah. I really do think it's because Emiru weaponized the good faith that she had. This is going to be like the 7th time I'm saying this. I really do think this is the case, by the way. That Emiru essentially weaponized the good faith that she built from fucking TwitchCon. I really do think that that is probably the case for as to why. Because again, those allegations, I'm still surprised Miskiff hasn't fucking really said any of this stuff, but those allegations came out not that long after, the Miskiff allegations of course, not that long after what happened to Emiru within fucking TwitchCon, right? And she used that as a weapon in order to go after Miskiff here. Which, again, very, very dishonest here by Emmy.
Excited to be there, and Cutie privately briefing her on what it is and how to think about me. After the one private conversation, Fuslie stopped talking to me entirely. That friend who wanted to be there on day 1 of me moving to LA, that friend that wanted me to live in her apartment complex under her friend Valkyrie, was gone because she was told what to say and how to think about me. That friend who was at my house one day, who wanted me to live with her at one point, was now gone because of what she was told in a private message she was never supposed to have. A message from someone who was not even involved. Repeating claims about me that were never true. And making her doubt a real friendship over accusations I was never even given the chance to answer. About a month later, after she hasn't responded to me, I went to a 100 Thieves party with some of my friends, and she was there. And Fuslie walked up to me that night and began crying on my shoulder. When I asked her what was wrong, she told me that we could not hang out anymore because of what she heard I did to Emiru. At the time, I had no idea what was going on and what people were saying about me, and I would ask her to tell me what was said, but she would say no more. I tried to reach out to Fuslie afterwards multiple times, and she never responded. On June 27th was the date of the 100 Thieves party. Damn. And after crying to me for hours on my shoulder, telling me that she can't hang out with me anymore because of what she heard I did, she said, "You're okay, Miz." I then said, "Just sad the reality, but maybe whatever." I then said, "It's just so fake, the politics are fake, so much crap and so much cheating and drama, and nobody cares and they hang out, but here I am and people don't want to talk to me." I then say to her the next day, "We should talk, not drunk, off stream." She never responded. And on March 4th, to my friend Fuslie, I said to her, "I hope one day we can hang out," and you can see that she lied. So you have one day where she's at my house having fun, the next day Cutie Cinderella messages her, and then she never talked to me again. This is what was constantly happening to me for about a year until Emiru came out with her allegations. I was not an outcast. I was friends with every creator. I slowly became an outcast over that year as Emiru's lies were spread amongst the community, and nobody told me what was really going on. For almost a year now, I've been forced to live inside a bubble that isn't mine, and it doesn't feel real. I've been wrongfully punished and treated and seen as a man that I am not. I've been labeled a rapist, an abuser, and a stalker. 3 words I have never been. Wrongfully attached to my name and my reputation and my community for the entire world to treat me as such. It took more than my name. It took my reputation, it reached into my family's life, and it has completely destroyed me as a person. I don't wish any of this that has happened to me among my worst enemies. There were nights it would have been easier to just disappear.
Look, Boy Meets Minnie, don't let... You're shooting the fucking gun too early. Emiru is fucking cooked here, brother. She is absolutely fucking rinsed. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. She's lucky fucking cooked, bro. She more than likely lied. Throughout all of this. Miz fucking presented all the evidence, all the corroborating evidence of all their fucking lies. It's fucking over, I think, for Emiru. This is the disaster for Emiru. Nope. He did not. Emiru lied about that. She lied about everything. And heavily overplayed. This is her quote-unquote, she talked about how this is her emotional truth. Obviously, she did not present any evidence for this. I've even brought this up myself. She did no police report and did no fucking restraining order on Miskiff. Those are all public proceedings, all public filings. No one has found any of that has been filed by Emiru. So again, a little suspicious that she would not do that. She lied about the stalking claims against Miskiff. She also lied about a bunch of other fucking shit. Yeah, but no restraining order, Boy Meets Minnie? No restraining order. Which are much easier to fucking obtain, especially in emergency circumstances. No, she lied here at this point. That's true. But she didn't. It's been 2 years. Almost 2 years. No restraining order. No police report either? She's a liar then. More than likely is a fucking liar. And she wanted to get back together with fucking Miskiff. Couldn't fucking let him go. That's what it is, dude. I'm telling you, this is fucking over, dude. Like, this makes Emiru look astronomically fucking terrible. Like, really, really fucking bad. And I think Miskiff has successfully turned the whole ship around. And I do think that Emiru is fucking cooked here, dude. Like, absolutely fucking cooked.
My reputation, it reached into my family's life, and it has completely destroyed me as a person. I don't wish any of this that has happened to me among my worst enemies. There were nights it would have been easier to just disappear, to be quiet, to let the loudest version of the story become the only one. But it didn't disappear, and I'm not going to. This is not the first time, and it will not be the last time that I will address these allegations. I spoke the same way she did, and I've talked about it on stream since. But this is the first time I've done it in a way with a clear head, with preparation, in every document in front of me, in every quote sourced. I spoke the same day she did, and I've talked about it on stream since. But this is the first time I've done it in this way. This is only the beginning, and I'm going to go through all of this because I know she won't, because it will prove her lies. Because the truth doesn't ask me to shout, it only asks me to stay, to stand here with these documents, with the dates, with their own words, and not look away. I'm standing up for myself, I'm standing up for people who stood by me, and I'm going to keep standing for as long as it takes. This has been the worst year of my life. I wouldn't wish this on a single soul, not on anyone, no matter what they've done to me. All I have ever wanted is for the truth to be heard, and for justice, real justice, to find its way to the surface. To my community, and to everyone who never stopped believing in me. When believing in me costs you something. Thank you. Before I go, there's just one more thing I want you to see. Just one. This whole case will be decided on evidence. The messages, the devices, the documents, everything both sides has to hand over. Under oath. I filed this lawsuit on November 3rd, 2025. By her own side's account, she knew about it November 10th. And on November 11th, the very next day, she went back on stream and told everyone, watching this in her own words,
I got 2 new computers. My other computer is gone. I gave it back to Starforge and they wiped that shit.
I'll see you in the next video.
Ooh, no. Uh-oh, stinky. What are you wiping it of, Emiru? Yikes. Yeah, listen, Miskiff is not exactly the best dude, or whatever. Yeah, say what you want to say. Obviously, he's not great. But, no, like, she's cooked. This whole 45 fucking minute video here is a complete, like, disaster from him. Honestly, Boy Meets Minnie, you're wrong there, buddy. Miskiff, I think, has pretty much effectively beaten the fucking abuser allegations and even the fucking rapist allegations here with this whole fucking video. It's over. Like, I really do think that Emiru is just a fucking liar here. She's lied about the entirety of the claims that she's had against Miskiff. She has completely lied about the consistency of their story. The judge, unironically, has also said within Texas, to continue with the defamation suit. And you and I both know, Boy Meets Smitty, how difficult it is to prove defamation within America. Like, nah, it's cooked. She's more than likely fucking cooked here. Yeah, damn. Damn is right. He's fucking correct here. And there's basically absolutely fucking nothing that Emiru, I don't think she can really argue anything to try to get out of this fucking hole. I'm going to be honest here. Given this rather damning video here by Miskiff specifically. But, you know, there has been some further silly fucking developments here, of course, in terms of this whole story. Asmongold is not going to react to this video whatsoever, because he's a coward and he probably sims for fucking Emiru. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. So, Miskiff decided to post this DM, this screenshot here of, for example, Asmongold being rather creative with the fucking N-word here. At least that's the claim, right? There by Miskiff. He's saying that this is apparently a fucking password and whatnot. And here's the thing. If you use the N-word as a password, it says a lot more about you than it says about me. It's a very, very strange line of fucking behavior. I think the more important thing to really focus on is, say, at a certain point, he wasn't even the word anymore. Everyone knows I said it. Don't worry. So, the thing is like, at a certain point, he wasn't even the word anymore. LOL. The English there is kind of bad, but whatever. I think really the more important thing to focus on specifically is him saying, I think I even have videos of me saying it. Yeah, I have like super bad stuff online and no one cares. Emiru decides to do a whataboutism for Pokimane. I think that resulted in Pokimane just unfollowing Emiru from Instagram or some shit, probably old social media accounts, but whatever. Yeah, that's why people hate her, not because of the words, it's the fakeness 100%. I feel like Miz is pretty much over the canceled stuff. But it's always going to be there, and he can't joke around with it I know he would cause of OTK. So, Miskiff's allegation is saying that this is a, N-word. He used the N-word as fucking passwords. Apparently, that's not the fucking case. Emiru released the full context of the conversation, and it was apparently some very, very, very weird chatter who kept making alt accounts to try to be stalking to Asmongold and also to Emiru as well, and they were talking about how people are weird in that particular way, which again, not a good look for Miskiff. A little bit of a lie there from Miz, of course, but here's the fucking thing, because there's actually another problem with these particular screenshots. So what? If we want to take a look at all of this, what tweet about Rumble? Yeah, y'all doing Kata or something? Yeah, we streamed it once. It was extremely boring to watch, I'm sure. Since WoW is like my main game, people will watch me do the boring stuff, but I feel so boring doing it. So I just talk about really hot, controversial stuff to keep it interesting. I just don't know what the fuck to talk about most of the time during it. Yeah, also Rumble chat is so bad because they don't have IP bans. It is worse than my chat though. Yeah, because it's slow and it's the same 3 schizos can make a new account in 10 seconds. Wait, what the fuck, lol? There's one guy who was making new accounts and numbering them each time he got up to like 45. Emiru streams on Rumble? I had no idea. Okay, whatever. Do you remember Hades from Train Stats? It was like Rasticus 4445. No, I don't. Never watched Train. It was the most legendary retard. He would come into Train's chat and spam the N-word. He would keep coming up with all these crazy combinations of words and numbers to make the N-word. Crying laughing emoji. I swear to God, it's 2 years of this shit nonstop. Creative, huh? And there's a spelling of the N-word. Like, I'm talking really creative shit like that. JK screenshotted. At a certain point, he wasn't even the word anymore. Everyone knows I said it. Don't worry. The bigger problem here is her sort of just saying, like, haha, man, it's really, really funny how creative those guys were in terms of making the fucking N-word. Bah ha ha ha. And I was just saying, like, yeah, it's kind of bad. I think that's, like, pretty terrible or whatever. So she posted those screenshots thinking that she would make herself look better. I don't think it's really going to make her look much better in particular, but she's definitely dispelling Mizkif's initial allegations here against Asmongold, saying that he used the N-word as a password. So that's a lie from Mizkif. That is a lie. But, I mean, I don't think that's really... The one fucking small lie about that in particular is going to really dispel all of this against Emiru. Like, the whole beef he has with Asmongold is something else entirely. I don't think it's really going to go anywhere because of stuff that I mentioned earlier, and that is district judge overruled Mizkif's objections and adopted the magistrate's judge's recommendations. The judge has made a ruling to dismiss Asmongold from the lawsuit because, again, this was this whole lawsuit that he filed on November 3rd was against OTK, Asmongold, and also Emiru. So the stuff with Emiru is staying, but the stuff against Asmongold has been completely dropped. And like I said before, I don't think that really Asmongold has much to do with any of this, to be honest. I don't think like Asmongold really incentivized Enemy to go ahead with all these allegations against Miz. I think that's a little silly and ridiculous, but whatever. I mean, it all ended up getting dismissed. Judge argued that Mizkif's objection is only pointing out a textual distinction in the EFAA, ending forced arbitration for sexual harassment and sexual assault act, and that the EFAA treats both types of disputes together. So yeah, this shit's not going anywhere in terms of Asmongold. Asmongold's pretty much off scot-free in this particular lawsuit. Not Emiru. She's still probably going to be on the hook here. And yeah, Asmongold was constantly talking about the leaked screenshots, why he's not addressing them, because again, like, he's in a current fucking lawsuit, and at this point in time, he has the ability to talk about it, and I think he made like a 20-minute video talking about it, right? That Mizkif was saying that the whole sort of like defamatory statements, which Emiru, I do think at this point, we can fairly say Emiru has definitely fucking made, was being incentivized by fucking Asmongold because of all the times that her and Asmongold chat, and all the times that Asmongold raids into Emiru. Again, that's a nonsensical fucking claim there by Mizkif, and that got, correctly, dismissed. Whereas with all the other stuff, it's going on forward just based off of what Emiru said, specifically about Mizkif. The Asmongold stuff, I always thought was, like, kind of silly. I don't know why Mizkif decided to also claim that Asmongold was also doing defamation. That was always very, very strange. But whatever. We're here now, and it got properly fucking dismissed by the judge, because I don't think really the Asmongold statements or the Asmongold sort of angle to all of this has much to do with the main sort of like meat of this lawsuit, and that's the stuff against fucking Emiru, which I do think that Mizkif pretty much has her, in a metaphorical sense, dead to rights. I do think that Emiru has more than likely defamed Mizkif in terms of her fucking law stream, or like live stream, not law stream. The fuck am I just saying? In terms of her fucking live stream, where she more than likely, and I think this is what she did, utilized the good faith that she curried from TwitchCon after the sexual assault that she had there. She used that good favor that she curried in order to be able to go ahead with these defamatory fucking statements here against Mizkif. And I'm willing to say that these are more than likely defamatory statements, and I think she is wallahi fucking cooked, bros. I don't think Emiru is going to be able to get her way out of this one, and it seems like Mizkif has more than likely turned the tables on the lawsuit against Emiru, and I'm thinking that, yeah, this shit's fucking over for her. Like, this is going to be a fucking disaster for her. And because I mean, it's pretty evident and fucking clear that she has lied about her fucking positions against Mizkif. Has been inconsistent with her stories. Still has not filed any police reports or restraining orders against Mizkif against any form of conduct and wrongdoing. There are just too many fucking inconsistencies and too many holes that can be fucking poked in Emiru's story to essentially come to the conclusion that, yeah, more than likely she fucking defamed Mizkif in terms of a lot of the allegations that she had against him. Like, I mean, even the fucking stalking claims. Yeah, man, he spent most of the time out of the fucking country in a differing fucking continent. And the stalking claim is because he was getting a tour from one of his best friends, opens the door, says, whoops, and then immediately closes the door and fucking leaves. Yeah, man, that's definitely stalking. And, I mean, for fuck's sake, you didn't even fucking block the guy on Discord or anything. So, can we really say that you're so fucking terrified of a stalker? And you can even check to see in those Discord messages, again, if you fucking blocked him or not, because it would say one blocked message, and it doesn't. So, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, you're fucking cooked, Emmy. Like, I really do think it's fucking cooked. It's more or less going to be a case of the court going through the motions and probably granting Mizkif his likely win at this point in time. Because at the very least, he's provided corroborating evidence for his claims, whereas Emiru has basically provided, like, literally none. Or very, very, very fucking little in comparison. So, yeah, I think at this point, I think we can chalk this one up as potentially being a win for Mizkif in terms of this whole fucking lawsuit shenanigans against Emiru, and she more than likely used the good favor that she curried because of TwitchCon in order to come out with these probable defamatory allegations against fucking Mizkif. It's and I'm telling you, it ain't fucking looking good for the Emmy bros out there. Because of this video here specifically. And this is only fucking part one of this whole fiasco. Anywho, don't think there's really much else to say besides the Emiru lied and Mizkif, metaphorically, died. Lovely. I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini would be a misandrist and try to reflexively defend, Emiru. SMH my fucking head, Boy Meets Mini. I am disappointed in you. Emiru is also being misogynist, which is making it tougher to believe women. I mean, I did say that as well. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Like, Me Too allegations are going to be much, much more difficult now because of Emiru's fucking lies. And, I mean, it's pretty clear that, yeah, she fucking lied, guys. Like, she's a liar. I do think that Mizkif has absolutely fucking turned this shit around. Absolutely. And we were all taken for a ride. Because, like, let's be honest here. Mizkif's initial fucking defense of himself was not particularly great. It was pretty bad, to be honest. It was not good. We'll get to Grand Platinum. Don't worry about it. But yeah, her initial allegations, or rather, Mizkif's initial defense of himself was not great. It was pretty bad, to be honest. And it did not look good, but people had the rose-tinted glasses on too much. It would seem in this particular case. I think she's Wallahi fucking cooked, bros. I do think that. Daho, are you just being a misogynist? I'm being an ironic misogynist. Thank you. But no, it's bad. It's really bad. Alright. Attach that shit. God damn it. There's the hole I made. Oh boy, don't you love building infrastructure? I sure do love building infrastructure, guys. No, that's what you've been doing this whole time, is just building infrastructure. You just keep building infrastructure, folks. Infrastructure. Infrastructure for my industry. What? Industry. I love my industry. Boop, boop, boop. Lovely.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Ag. Oh, it broke. Okay, that's that done. Well, you are putis, so that's why you are going to click the putis button, because you're putis. Like putis. Literally, Team Papeja. Putis! Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. This guy thinks he can fucking putis. Yeah, okay. Listen, you keep threatening to be putis. I'm gonna start calling you putis. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Bro talking a bunch of shit, then he gets hit, and he gets mad. Sounds like all of my detractors. I still try my chud ways. I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything, but XD, 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 XD. Lay XD X fucking D. And you know what? Actually, in terms of the whole Emiru saga as well, it looks like that's another W for Denims when she made the whole racist chud fucking meme thing. Because, I don't know, guys. She might be a little bit of a racist chud. She's like, I don't know, soy pogging out about, like, the creative ways that people spelled the N-word. It's not a great look. And this is a point that Chalepi also brought up in his video about this whole situation. It's just like, listen, it's not, like, who cares if you're like a little racist chudette or whatever. You can be a little racist chudette, yada yada yada. Problem is that it's going to be kind of a problem for you specifically if you want to directly associate with a lot of the more normie female fucking content creators, which Emiru certainly does, by the way. It's going to be very, very difficult for you to associate with those girls in particular if you're a little racist-ass fucking chud. They're not going to be particularly big fans of you, especially if you are a big Asmongold simp. So she always has to, like, wander a line, a very specific line of making sure that all the dumb fucking chuds are not upset. But to also maintain her relationships with the friend group of the normie, more like liberal female content creators. A tough line for her that I don't think she's going to be able to maintain for much longer. She's going to have some big issues with that one, folks. It's going to be a problem for her. It's not looking good. Not looking good, folks. That's it. We're not talking about the fans there in particular, Boy Meets Mini. We are talking about streamer relationships. For being able to have connections and collaborations with people. That's going to be quite the challenge for her. Quite the challenge for her. Parasociality is parasociality. She's always going to maintain some form of parasocial following. Okay, all that's left is to bring in the coal and to bring in a bunch of other stuff. Oh, but that's that done. Okay, so that's all the steel products taken care of. We can start to take that apart now. And then there's the quartz and sulfur. I don't know what we're gonna do for that one in particular. Don't know what we're gonna do about that one in particular. Yes, I murdered that bird for no good particular reason. What are you gonna do about it, huh? I'll do it again. I'll murder that bird again. I will. Yes, I will. I'm surprised that actually worked. 4,600 maximum consumption. We need more coal power. By more, I mean a bunch more. Well, time to use those 2 mines that we set up over there. Although we don't need that many for fucking sulfur production, to be honest. For black powder, rather. To make nobelisks. I'm gonna have to cook up something for all this shit specifically, I think. Okay. I'm gonna have to redesign this power plant completely, I think. I'll come up with something. I have an idea. Well, let's get to the other big story that happened while I was fucking away. Well, this shit. Alright. Let us fucking begin with this bull shit. The alarm bells are ringing. Everything is closing in around Graham Plattner's campaign. And it is official. Yeah, he's dropped out. Yeah, it's pretty much over. It's done. So there was rumors, of course, going around the rumor mill that he was not going to drop out until, well, time of recording this, the 13th, of course, that being the day specifically set for the Democratic Party in order to be able to put up for a brand new sort of candidate, of course. And what it took is finally a credible accusation of sexual misconduct done by Graham Plattner on someone. Finally. Because here's the problem with all the previous fucking allegations against him. First, there was a sexting scandal. It's like, really? We're going to get mad over a guy who fucking sexted people while he was married or something? Like, okay, I mean, sure, it's kind of an asshole thing to do, but like, the whatever, man. Sure, man. There was also all the Reddit posts where it's just like, okay, bro, like, And this is a point brought up by Ken Klippenstein. Like, how many red flags does it take for someone to finally just be like, oh, yeah, this guy's essentially sort of bad or whatever. And here's the thing, like, specifically is the thing with, like, all these, like, fucking dumbass red flags that he has is, like, all right, literally every member of Congress is a walking fucking red flag, okay? They're all power-hungry, sociopathic weirdos who just want to do everything possible to sell their souls to just get, more money from their very, very rich fucking buddies, though. So it's just like, okay, bro, like, you found one fucking guy, by the way, in order to actually had some fucking problems, and now you're just going to point to that and paint every other fucking progressive with a fucking broad brush and whatnot. Very dishonest sort of behavior here, of course, from the establishment Democrats, yada, yada, yada. It should really go without saying. It's good overall that Graham Plattner dropped. He should have dropped, like, forever ago, but whatever. He had concerns about the Democratic establishment. Sort of essentially rat fucking the race, using this as an opportunity to try to rat fuck the race and install some corporate neoliberal sort of candidate. A not unfounded claim. We'll get to that. But, you know, it's a good thing that he dropped out. Every left-leaning person, as soon as the actual credible allegations came out against Graham Plattner, dropped him like a fucking rock. So don't let any of these, like, blue MAGA fucking dumb fuck losers and people within the media basically say, or like lull you or lie to you and say that, oh yeah, all the progressives are okay with sexual assault, that's why they defended Graham Plattner. And the current line, by the way, and this is an incredibly dishonest one from the establishment sort of Democrats and the establishment media in general, is saying like, oh, they were just soothed by Graham Plattner's voice and sort of like platitudes about better policy. And it's just like, oh really? If that was the fucking case, then why did Chris Robb win? Why did all those DSA candidates within New York win? Why are there constant fucking victories, or like Milot Kiros in Colorado also getting wins? Why are there all these like socialist candidates getting wins all across the fucking goddamn country then by running on a popular policy platform that people are actually interested in repping? What I'm essentially saying here is that the establishment, Neera Tanden types, and all these blue MAGA fucking weirdos, they hate you. They want more business as usual fucking politics and to do everything possible in order to funnel more money to the rich corporations and various other evil fucking entities. But here, Graham Plattner made a video about this, and I've seen the video. It is not a good fucking video. It's bad. There are points in that he makes that are just like, okay, I mean, this is like true, but you're not saying this out of any, like, principled position or stance or anything. Bro, this is, like, pure fucking ego, man. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Hey, everyone. It's Graham Plattner here.
Hey, buddy.
I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations. I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real.
Problem with this immediately is, again, so far... That's been the main sort of way he's been trying to hand wave away a lot of the allegations that are against him. It's like, okay, can you present like any evidence? Anything. Present anything. Anything to try to, any narrative whatsoever in order to try to counteract the claims that are against you, to try to disprove them, to point out inconsistencies. Something that can be looked at and it's just like, yeah, dude, you're just like wrong here. Or anything? Anything at all? He hasn't done that because he's got nothing.
It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about like what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces, were working against you personally to accuse you of the worst thing that a person could do and it was not remotely true.
Okay, so Graham Plattner is talking about how it is the broader Democratic establishment trying to take him down with this. There was a leaked memo, as reported by, I believe, Ryan Grimm in Dropsite News. We'll get to Ryan Grimm eventually, saying that given the Assad-like numbers that Graham Plattner had during the fucking primary, and as I've said this before, highest voter turnout in a primary, I think, in U.S. fucking history. Amount of people that fucking voted for him, about 156,000 people. They knew that we can't really put in any particular candidate in order to be able to beat Graham Plattner, right? The policy platform is too powerful. So, what they did instead was to save this particular credible allegation from Jenny Rassicot, who came to the New York Times earlier without any of the corroborating evidence to make her fucking claims against Graham Plattner, to say that he sexually abused her and all the other various claims, yada yada yada, but didn't want to give out the full sort of context and everything because she didn't want to make herself look like a national victim. It's like, okay, that's a little weird, but fine, whatever. It turns out the Democrats probably may have gone to her saying, like, listen, don't reveal all of your cards quite yet, and wait until he fucking wins the primary, and then do that, to essentially force him out. Very, very fucking scummy behavior there by the Democratic establishment. It's been made very clear that they don't want politics of change. They're not willing to learn any of the lessons, and in reality, they are using that fucking woman's allegations and experience that she had with Graham Plattner, which more than likely fucking happened. Too many details of the story there are way too fucking specific to say that, yeah, she's probably lying here. Like the whole antique sewing kit bit. That's very specific. It's going to be very difficult to claim that Jenny Rassicot there is lying in that particular instance. But the Democrats wanted to weaponize this in order to be able to force Graham Plattner out of the race, which I have a much bigger problem with.
I learned about this through press inquiries, with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner. Accusations are supposed to be the beginning of things, not the end. I think it's really important to understand why this is happening in the timeline, why this is happening right now, much like October, when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary. There is a reason that this is happening now.
What attack? Is he talking about October 7th there? Like Israel or something? News about the primary? Is he talking about the 2024 primaries, right? Like where the media was constantly saying that Joe Biden is like sharp as a whistle, trying to lie about that. I mean, like, yeah, sure, man. Like New York Times talk about 40 babies and ovens and shit like that, which was obviously fucking bullshit, but whatever. And then there was all the lies from corporate media saying that Joe Biden is still like sharp as a whistle, and also from Joe Biden fucking staffers saying that he was also sharp as a whistle when obviously that was not the case. Like quite opposite, to be honest. I mean, sure, man. I mean, that's like not false to bring this up. Again, there was a concerted effort by the establishment Democrats and corporate media to try to force Graham Plattner out. And it was just not really effective because, again, they just didn't have any good evidence or corroborated evidence in order to actually force him out. And then they finally decided to, pull this shit out specifically, which, again, is bad and warrants for Graham Plattner to drop out in the case, or in this particular instance, right? I've said this before and I'll fucking say it again. We all know why corporate media and the establishment Democrats are using this in particular. They're not honest about this. They don't, and I'll fucking take that till the day I die, right? They're not being honest about this. They're fucking liars, right? They're charlatans. They're a bunch of freaks. And it's very clear that this has always been made with the intention, or the intent of this, was always to have Graham Plattner be forced to drop out so then the Democrats don't have to reckon with their terrible fucking politics. That is just a fact, without a shadow of a doubt. Or learn any of the lessons from 2024. Again, it's just a little weird that he's just like bringing this up here. To be honest, it's just like, okay, I mean, yeah, sure, that's true, it's a fact, but like, dude, the allegations against you are like really, really bad, and you just have like never addressed any of them whatsoever. So like, it gets to a point where it's just like, how many fucking times do we have to go through the same song and dance just be like, okay, we're fucking done with this? And honestly, that's like what it basically got to at this point.
I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they're being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure...
Which, by the way, that's why people voted for him to begin with. And again, like has been said before, we know from the leaked memo, I believe from Dropsite News, saying that, yeah, that was the point of all of this from the Democrats. We know this.
That movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed. What we have accomplished here, you made possible. The people of Maine, the volunteers, the voters, the grassroots donors, and I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Boy Meets Me. Yeah, this could have been a fucking email, bro. Why is this 11 minutes, man?
But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us.
True. I mean, yeah.
Those in power, who have the ability to do so, are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. We are going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability to access voter data.
Also, I just noticed the only input that's, by the way, that's not me like finagling with the sound settings. The only input that's working is the right-leaning input. I think he just might be a bit of a boomer, guys.
We're going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function. Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it. They would rather see Susan Collins win than have me be the next senator from Maine.
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, listen, you had a bunch of, like, weird Republicans defending you because they're okay with sexual assault of women. I'm just saying, dude. Like, I feel like, listen, we can talk about how dishonest this is from the Democrats, and I do think this shit is completely and utterly dishonest from the fucking Democrats. That I think that's a fact. But, like, bro, like, again, you kept saying the exact same shit for all of the allegations that were coming out against you. Same fucking line of excuses. It's like, brother, like, how many fucking times do you have to go through the same song and dance until people just get tired of it?
What comes next needs to come from the people. Needs to come from the people of Maine. Needs to come from the voters who on June 9th, at a strength of over 150,000, the largest number in the history of Maine primaries, said no to this kind of politics. Voted for...
Finally, something that's agreeable. Specifically here from Graham Plattner in a perfect moment for what I have been alluding to from the actions of the Democratic Party. Yeah, this is what they're fucking pulling. This has always been the plan with the Democratic establishment, saying that the Maine Democratic State Committee overwhelmingly voted in favor of a 600-plus person nominating convention to replace Graham Plattner. Yeah, they're not going to do like a quick emergency primary. They're going to get a bunch of like insiders and maybe state representatives in order to pick a new fucking nominee to run within Maine specifically. So, yeah. And here's the actual plan from them themselves in an official statement. Today, the Maine Democratic Party had a meeting with over 100 state committee members who voted to hold a nominating convention to choose a new nominee if there is a vacancy to fill. We will announce the full timeline, details for how the nomination process will move forward, information about how to participate, and requirements for candidates soon. We will keep the public informed throughout the process. Transparency is of the utmost importance. Yeah, that's not the fucking people of Maine being able to make a decision for themselves. You're getting 100 fucking random state committee members from the party themselves in order to be able to make that fucking vote. Yeah, this is not fucking democracy. This has always been the plan of the Democratic establishment from the beginning. Use the actual big guns in order to go after Graham Plattner. For what purpose exactly? Oh, to force him out of the fucking race in order to get their picked dogshit centrist neoliberal blue MAGA fucking loser candidate who's just going to lose again to fucking Susan Collins, because they've done this same fucking playbook over and over and over again for the past, I don't know, like 4 election cycles. It's not fucking worked. Why is it going to work for a 5th time? I don't know, because the Democrats fucking suck and they're not interested in actually winning. And by the way, I mean, liberals are starting to see that, and they're starting to feel the fact that, yeah, Democrats are not interested in winning, and they're getting radicalized against the Democrats for that.
For a politics that would actually represent them, voted against the political system, against the donor class, against the entrenched forces. And I'm not asking for how this process is going to work. I'm not trying to dictate to anyone who it should be or how we get there, but I will say this. It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. It needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement, the people that showed up on June 9th. People in D.C. need to stay in D.C. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here. This is exactly the kind of political system that everyone voted against on June 9th. And for that reason, we need to be assured that it is going to be open and democratic as we move forward.
Sure, man.
Amy and I struggled about getting into this. Last summer, right around this time of year, we sat down and we looked at each other and we said, if we believe in the kind of politics we think that we do, we have to do this. Over the past couple days, really yesterday and today, we have had to have that exact same conversation. We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be made. And for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations. This is...
Man, so finally, about fucking 7 minutes from his say it, yes, he finally said that he's suspending campaign operations. Like I said before, he has also officially dropped out at this point. I mean, like, listen, it's, I was going to say it's unfortunate. It's just kind of, like, ridiculous that it's all gone to this fucking point because of, I'll be honest here, really dishonest tactics here by the political establishment, and also a consistent pattern of behavior here from fucking Graham Plattner for his dumbassery, his, like, tomfoolery, for lack of a better term. It's just like, brother, like, what the fuck are we supposed to work with here? Like, I'm being, like, genuinely serious about this. It's like, okay, man, like, this could have been a fucking email, bro. Because he tended to fucking repeat himself a lot. Yeah, we understand there's forces against you, working against you, blah, 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 blah. That much is very evident and clear. It's just like, okay, like, you're still not addressing any of the fucking allegations against you. You're saying, you're just denying them and saying that they're false. It's like, okay, in what way? Like, how? Can you provide any details of that? No? Nothing? You're just going to say, like, there should be an investigation. It's like, okay, sure. But, like, can you talk about how any of the claims are wrong? Can you, like, bring up an argument or something? He just doesn't do it. It's like, okay, bro, nice meme.
This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are. We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won. We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it. Not if it's me. And so we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics.
Obviously, we all know that that's like the claim from the Blue MAGA centrist losers, saying like, yeah, dude, he's trying to put his thumb on the fucking scale. It's just like, no, I think it's an acknowledgement saying that the only reason why you guys are doing this is not because of any honest reasons in particular, but because you yourselves, Democrats, are unironically the ones putting your thumb on the fucking scale and are trying to put in your own, well, dumbass fucking candidate in a position of power instead. It's fucking goofy, bro.
It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. And the decisions that come next must come from that. All we were asking for was healthcare, was to end the genocide, to use our taxpayer dollars at home to uplift our communities instead of waging war overseas. We were asking for a fair system. We were asking for an end to the corruption, the end to the money in politics. We were asking for real democracy, and we did it the right way, and we won. And now the ball is in the court of the Democratic establishment. My name might be on the ballot right now, but that ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. And on November 3rd, it needs to belong to the people of Maine. And the next Democratic senator for Maine needs to belong to the people of Maine. They need to reflect the will and the values of the people of this state. I love this state. I love Maine, and I love Mainers in ways that I can't really describe. I'm immensely proud of what we have built, and I have the utmost faith that we will continue to build, and we will continue to move towards a better future. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank all of you. And keep fighting. We're gonna win someday.
Sure, man. I don't know. Like, the same repeated bullshit, blah, 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 boring. It's like, no, like, just no addressing of any of the fucking allegations that are against them. No, like, counter narrative, nothing. Just which is probably the reason why people are turning against him. It's just like, bro, like, people can only go ahead and tolerate this bullshit for so long until eventually it's just like, enough. That's basically the position that we've gone ourselves to. Enough. No more of this. It's fucking over, dude. Like, you're Wallachie fucking cooked, bros. It's Jover. It's just like, okay, man. Totally. But there have been various reactions across the sort of political spectrum, for lack of a better term. But we have Joy-Ann Reid here, I believe on her show, talking about, yeah, fuck you, no more blue, vote blue no matters who. Because again, here's the thing with Joy-Ann Reid. She used to be a mainstream political fucking commentator, did all the left bashing and everything. And then the genocide happened within Israel fucking Palestine, which has been a radicalizing moment for, I would say, the vast majority of normie Democrats who are saying, like, enough is enough with the fucking current political establishment. It's like, bro, like, seriously. Like, either you people are anemic or are just, like, purposefully allowing the fucking Republican Party to win. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, guys? Like, unironically. And Joy-Ann Reid has done a complete 180 and has become significantly radicalized against the Democrats, because it's very clear that, as every lefty has been saying, but whatever, burdened with being right too early, but being correct in the prescriptions as always. But it's been made very clear that the Democrats are just not willing at all to learn any of their lessons that lost them in 2024.
Progressives picked Plattner. So you need to replace him with somebody who is ideologically the same,
Basically
because
a
that is
progressive.
what was decided. The people of Maine, the Democratic voters of Maine said, we want a progressive. They did not say they want an APAC moderate. So the Democratic
Sure.
Party in Maine ought to pick someone who is ideologically the same or ideologically similar as Plattner. If you
And guess what? We have someone who's perfectly able to fill those shoes in Troy Jackson, right? And as expected, every single blue MAGA fucking dumbass and loser came out of the woodwork to say, like, oh, he couldn't win in like Republican purple states and purple districts and like Republican controlled places. Every time he has run for office for the state assembly or the state senate, it was against incumbent Republicans, and he won each and every single time. So yeah. Because, again, here's the thing specifically, and why the political establishment is so afraid of a progressive winning within Maine. Because the talking point of, oh, well, it's New York. Oh, well, it's the deep blue area here. Blah, 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 blah. If you're able to win in a purple state like Maine with a progressive, more left-leaning candidate, there are no more excuses for the Democratic Party, the current political establishment, and the consultancy class to be able to constantly use the exact same thought-terminating fucking cliches and justifications for as to why a progressive can't win in these particular races. The excuse is gone and will not exist anymore. And it's just like, dog, this doesn't work. A progressive just won within Maine. That's a purple fucking goddamn state. Typically leaning around the fucking Republicans. Why? Because of how terrible your fucking strategy is. It's been made very clear that the people want something new. But you guys are not willing to accept it. Because again, you're all cucked to capital.
You don't, and the DNC shoves an APAC candidate down your throat, you have my permission to not vote for them. Because the Democratic Party needs to learn that it is not vote blue no matter who. It matters who. They sometimes need to lose in.
Oh, all the blue MAGA losers are definitely not going to fucking like that stuff. But then again, there's a reason why I called them blue MAGA fucking losers. They operate as essentially no different than the fucking cult that they pretended to hate.
In order to learn. Sometimes when you lose, you learn. And I'm just telling you right now, if they put a little APAC, send Israel all the bombs, give Saudi Arabia all the money, let the UAE run over us and give Trump another plane, if they put another APAC sellout moderate in place of Graham Plattner, and they do not put somebody in who is his same ideology, you have my permission to stay your ass home. Then they will learn when Susan Collins gets 6 more years. At this point, we have to teach Democrats. We need to instruct them and teach them how to treat us. It's like being in a relationship. You got to teach people how to treat your ass.
You know the good thing about it.
Listen, Joy Reid, she's correct here. Joy Ann Reid is absolutely fucking correct here. But here's the problem. The Democrats are not going to learn. They're not going to learn. They're too cucked to capital. The problem is that fundamentally speaking, we're dealing with two parties here who are more interested in more fucking capital accumulation. Now, in a conventional sense, what she's saying here is absolutely correct, right? In a very conventional sense. Unfortunately, we're not in a very conventional time at the moment. And the adherence to capitalistic forces is just really, really fucking terrible. Hate to be that guy, but the U.S. needs to fail first before it succeeds. I mean, that's like the accelerationist memes and like whatever. Sure, like the U.S. needs to fucking collapse apart before anything can get better. And it's like, I don't know, like maybe there is no other way. Like, I mean, the sheer hubris of the United States of America is what has been carrying it throughout the ages at this point in time. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, like, bro, unless this thing all like goes to shit, no one will ever fucking learn. It's very, very, very ridiculous. That is true. I mean, through their like adherence to fucking capital, the DNC and the RNC have accelerated everyone to get to this fucking position.
6 more years if she gets in, she might go the way of Mitch McConnell.
She'll be glitching and freezing.
Exactly.
Glitching and freezing because they don't never want to retire. Why that old lady still? She needs to retire too. But you know what? Leave her in there. If
Isn't she older than Mitch McConnell?
Probably. I mean, at this point, they're all 100 years old. But the reality is we're going to focus on the races where the people get to choose the ideology of what they want. People didn't pick Graham Platter because of his stupid tattoos. They picked him because of his ideology.
Mm-hmm. I mean, she's just right there, dude. Like, again, nobody fucking cares about all the quote-unquote red flags, right? It's just like, okay, whoa, regular dude who's running for Congress has a bunch of fucking stupid bullshit behind him, yada, yada, yada. I don't care. Like, change, please, right? Like, we need something better in comparison to the dumbasses who are currently in power. Because like I said before, yeah, bad Reddit posts, all the dumbass fucking tattoos, and the initial, well, sexting fucking scandal, which again, I don't think it's like, I've said this all before, it's just like, I mean, like, whatever, man. This is not gonna fucking sink anyone, considering like the current rapist pedophile that's in power right now. This is a nothing burger in comparison. Like, you guys are falling for a fucking goddamn psyop. And here's the fucking thing, man. Here's the fucking thing, dude. Like, you actually have to point to something that's credible. Because a lot of those accusations are going to make it such that follow-up Me Too accusations are going to be in a worse position overall. And also the fact that we're dealing with a individual who had a more interesting policy platform in comparison to like literally anyone else. Like, that's the main thing that's fucking carrying all of this, but like no one wants to ever fucking acknowledge that. It's just like it's annoying, it's cynical, it's ridiculous, and it's just like, okay, man, like, sure, bro. And it's gonna make more and more people get fucking radicalized against like stuff like Me Too, and also the DNC, where they're just like, bro, what the fuck is the point of engaging in this democracy or engaging in any of these fucking movements whatsoever if it's all just like a sham that's being used by the current political establishment that literally everybody hates? Like, I mean, it's just it's just bad, dude. It's just really bad. But, you know, final fucking meme and all this. Yeah, Ryan Grimm has been on one in terms of all this. Like, listen, his whole initial sort of statement talk about how Politico is using this for like a political hatchet job in service of the establishment Democrats, who definitely do not care at all. Same with the Blue MAGA losers, do not care at all in terms of the sexual assault or any of the fucking claims. They do not give a shit whatsoever. That's a fact. What Ryan Grimm is saying here is true. Problem is like, at some point in time, you really gotta fucking acknowledge that there's been some pattern of behavior, and these exact same fucking claims have been made over and over and over again by various women from all over the fucking political spectrum. So it's just like, okay, man, like, part of it you can say is just like a psyop. It's essentially the political establishment at work here to try to take down a progressive candidate who fucking won. But eventually it's just like, dog, like, bro, this fight is over. You gotta fucking move on. And we know that Ryan Grimm and like apparently Plattner were like friends or some shit. So there may be like a bias there that's like affecting Ryan Grimm. But like, dog, it's pretty much over. You have to like fucking move on with your life and essentially start advocating for Troy Jackson in order to win, which I think Ryan Grimm has been basically doing with his fucking platform. But I mean, it's basically fucking cooked. Going out on a fucking crash out like this is not going to make you look particularly great in the grand scheme of things. It's just not going to really work. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? I mean, I'm going to be honest, this 11-minute video could have been an email. And we all know already that the political establishment in a leaked memo was trying to use this to force out fucking Plattner in order to replace him with some fucking dumbass stooge that no one's going to like, and they're going to end up losing in Maine specifically. And again, really, here's the fucking problem. And who you blame for all of this specifically. It's the Democrats again. If it wasn't for the Democrats' sheer hubris and just how fucking shitty of a party that they are, for wanting to just never embrace any of the left flank or any of the progressive elements within their fucking party, then a Graham Plattner would not have to run, and none of this whole fiasco would have fucking happened if the Democratic Party were actually fucking interested in actually wanting to internalize and learn and reflect from any of the fucking mistakes and any of the positions that they have taken in order to get to this fucking particular juncture that they find right now. But whatever, they don't really give a shit because for the Democratic Party, it's always been made clear that it's all about having adherence to fucking capital. Always has been and always will be. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Alright, final fucking goddamn meme. Okay. You know, maybe I shouldn't be going on vacation so often, so then I don't miss, like, crazed fucking, news happens constantly while I'm fucking away. Lindsey Graham is dead? He's dead. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on here? How? Why? What? I have so many fucking questions. How did this all happen? This is genuinely fucking insane. Holy fucking shit. So, this is quite the fucking development. Now, for those who don't know, Lindsey Graham, kind of a piece of shit. Not great. Loves Israel. Will do basically anything to give that big old sloppy toppy to fucking Israel. Loves Israel. Will do anything to simp for them. Yada, yada, yada. I think at the current time, well, before he ended up fucking dying, is he was touring around, because Trump was also touring around Europe, talking to fucking NATO countries. There was a NATO summit. I believe also Lindsey Graham was tagging along to, you know, schmooze with a bunch of world leaders and doing all this fucking stuff. Yada, 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 of course. He was also giving a speech the day before to... Are these in front of some fucking... No, these look like mobile fucking artillery. Yeah, he was also giving a speech in front of the Ukrainians, talking about Putin, you know, because neocon, warhawk... he has been pro-Ukrainian for what reason exactly? Well, I mean, if it means selling a bunch of weapons for the military-industrial complex, well, then Lindsey Graham is all for that. Yada, yada, yada. And he's had a very positive relationship with Vladimir Zelensky because neocon, he doesn't like the Russians. Should be fairly obvious. But he was giving this fucking speech the day before he ended up dying from his quote-unquote fucking sudden illness. And this is going to fuel a lot of fucking speculation, and it's going to fuel a lot of question marks, saying like, bro, what the fuck happened to my man? Did he just, like, get assassinated? Did he get poisoned by the Russians? What happened? I saw this fucking theory on Twitter. There's no way to confirm this. But the meme is basically like, he was in Ukraine, touring around some Ukrainian drone facility, and that's how the Russians got him. I highly doubt that that's the case, but sure, man, we can go with that. At this point in time, we could just, like, speculate till the cows come home. Whatever the fuck is going on here. We obviously know, since Lindsey Graham's a fucking neocon, he doesn't like the Russians, he's willing to fucking support the Ukrainians all the way. Which I find really funny, considering the fact that Trump also, he doesn't want to support the Ukrainians because he's trying to find peace, but he doesn't want to acknowledge the fact that Putin does not want peace in this war, because he thinks that he can just, like, wait out the United States still, even though it's, like, seemingly not really the case. And Trump is getting more and more upset with the Russians about the fact that they're making Trump look as ridiculous as possible, because, well, he is as ridiculous as possible in thinking that the Russians were ever interested in peace. That they're not. They are not in peace. Like, even the fucking Ukrainians themselves have said, like, it's 6 separate occasions, like, yeah, we're willing to meet with the Russians if they want to fucking meet in, like, good faith. Yeah, we can meet with them, talk with them about, like, potential for ceasefire negotiations. The Russians have been the main people who have refused every single fucking time, from all those, like, 6 overtures made by the Ukrainians. So as a byproduct of that, it's just like, okay, bro, like what the fuck are we supposed to do here, man? Like, it's made very clear that the Russians are not honest. So what is the point of essentially just being like, meh, you know what? Fuck it. Like, we just have to keep fucking fighting. Basically, keep conducting the war of defense against the fucking Russians, and essentially just keep going forward. We're trying to survive the metaphorical sort of onslaught here. I wonder what Lindsey Graham's voting record has been for giving Ukraine aid. Probably not good. I think he's voted alongside every single package during the Biden administration. I'm pretty sure. Or he just didn't do it for partisan reasons. More than likely, Boy Meets Mini, because that's the environment that we're currently in right now. He's always spoken specifically in positive sort of aspects about the Ukrainians. He has been, again, in this speech, wanting to work with Richard Blumenthal to essentially see if they can move on a Russian sanctions package, which was lifted by Trump in order to, well, essentially alleviate his bluster, I guess, for lack of a better term, within Iran, where he essentially just crashed the global economy, or is trying to crash the global economy, it seems. So there's that specifically. So it's just like, I don't think it's bad in terms of Ukrainian aid. I think he's probably actually been pretty decent in terms of Ukrainian aid, not because of like partisan reasons, but because of like ideological reasons that he has. And he may have like voted against like particular sort of like packages, more than likely because of partisan reasons, if I was to guess. Yeah, he did vote against an omnibus with Ukraine funding, but that was over not border stuff, not Ukraine. Yes, it's more than likely because of differing reasons. I think he's been pretty consistent in wanting to support the Ukrainians against the Russians, but mostly because he just wants to sell a bunch of weapons because he's a neocon. There isn't a war that Lindsey Graham has not liked. So again, it's just interesting. It's interesting to fucking see that this is the case, but he probably will vote against things for like partisan reasons, for optics reasons and whatnot. But one guy who was, of course, particularly upset about this is our favorite guy here, Benjamin Netanyahu. Of course, Israel is going to be upset about Lindsey Graham passing because, these fucking dorks over here will, love Zionists like Lindsey Graham. Because for Lindsey Graham, there isn't a war that he doesn't like, especially within the Middle East. Obviously voted alongside the Iraq War 100%, voted alongside bombings of Iran, loves bombings of Iran, will basically defend Trump's actions there 1000% of the time. Lindsey Graham is one of the like neocon of all fucking neocons. If there is a war that is happening, he is definitely going to be like, oh yeah, absolutely, I will be all for this war, because that means more of my military-industrial complex buddies are going to get even more money.
Such an American patriot. He was unabashedly for America, and he was unabashedly against the enemies of America. And he's...
Quick reminder, Lindsey Graham went to Benjamin Netanyahu to essentially get some fucking pointers. Oh, alongside Mossad agents, of course, in order to get pointers to try to convince Trump to go ahead with bombing of Iran. Well, it turns out that Lindsey Graham was not necessary for the task, and Benjamin Netanyahu decided to be like, I'm just going to fucking do it myself, bro.
Spoke what he thought. Had a way with him. He had this charming southern drawl, and you knew something was coming when he would say, well, I'm just a poor old southern boy. And then he's coming in with the most penetrating insight.
Penetrating insight? Bro, what? Dude, I think Benjamin might be gay for yeah, Boy Meets Mini with the gauge. Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, I think he might be gay for Lindsey Graham. I don't know. Listen, some of the things that have come out ever since his death have been kind of like Pepe inducing. Like, holy shit, that's fucking funny, dude.
That few people can deny, and that everybody recognizes is the truth. He had a way with him. He was a wonderful, wonderful friend, a great American patriot, and a great champion of the Israel-American alliance, and I'll miss him.
Oh, I'm sure.
Personally, a lot.
Oh, nice little tearing up there that you did, buddy. Like, okay, bro. Yeah, I'm sure. Like you're gonna miss Lindsay so much, not because of, well, your friendship with him, but because fuck, we're gonna have one less guy who's saying like rah 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 Israel, give us more bombs, rah rah rah. Like, okay, bro, nice meme.
A lot. I really, really thought the world of him, and I think the world has lost a great human being. America's lost a great senator, and we have lost a great friend. He was...
Yeah, I'm sure. You've lost a great friend. Yeah, dude. Listen, you're just happy about the fact that Lindsey Graham was just like, I see a brown kid. Gotta fucking bomb the brown kid. Okay, bro. Nice fucking goddamn meme. And of course, Itamar Ben-Gvir also, quote-unquote, mourning the loss of Lindsey Graham. Why? Because... Would you believe me if I said that Itamar Ben-Gvir also loves bombing brown children in the Middle East? No. Oh my goodness, what a fucking shock, dude. Yeah, I mean, like, none of us should really be surprised by this whatsoever. Funnily enough, and this is kind of the insanity, just, you know, as a quick aside here, Itamar Ben-Gvir might be poised to become the next prime minister of fucking Israel, given the current political turmoil that is happening within Israel right now for Benjamin Netanyahu. Everyone's like calling for elections or for like Benjamin Netanyahu to abdicate from fucking power because of how much of a corrupt shithead he is. And if he does abdicate from power, we're gonna have this fucking freak who was, I don't know, basically such an insane conist that even the IDF said like, okay guys, I don't think we should let this guy into surface, man. Holy fucking shit, dude. Genuinely fucking insane. It is incredible that even the IDF said, like, yeah, I don't know about this guy, guys. I don't know about this one, dude. Like, holy shit. Not surprised that Lindsay kept winning elections in South Carolina, full of military bases and famous academy, the Citadel. Yeah, that checks out. I mean, we all know, Boy Meets Mini, that there's like a meme that a bunch of tanks keep getting manufactured in various senators' districts or various House districts over and over and over again because it makes sure that there's jobs within the area, even though the military keeps saying, like, can we please stop building tanks? We don't fucking need any of these things anymore. Stop it. But it's like, no, you love tanks. I know that's like a meme in Massachusetts, basically. It's like, no, you guys love fucking tanks, right? You guys love having more fucking Abrams that are just gonna sit around a storehouse doing nothing. Oh, man, dude. Because blah, 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 blah. Politics, optics, you know, getting reelected and shit like that. Yeah, tanks are also useful. Yeah, fucking drones. Given the developments of drone technology within Ukraine, yeah, they're like some $800 like drone strapped with a bunch of C4 on it can just like disable like a thing that costs like hundreds of millions of dollars, or tens of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars. It's very, very funny here. Of course, our boy Trump had some stuff to say about this as well. He is very, very remorseful about his good pal Lindsey Graham dying. And he was trying to remember Lindsey Graham in the most like Trump ways possible, spending like the entirety of a 14-minute fucking interview with Fox and Friends where he doesn't talk at all about Lindsey Graham, but he talks about terminating the filibuster to get rid of to implement the Save America Act for voter ID, which again we talked about the Save America Act and how fucking dog shit it is, to be honest. Like, it's essentially a soft repeal of the 19th Amendment. And again, for all of the clamoring of voter fraud that's happening within the United States of America, the Cato Institute did a study over the course of about 38 years and only found a couple dozen instances of voter fraud that happening within the United States of America. It is extremely fucking low. Even in the 2020 election, which is the one that Trump loves to complain about the most, there were instances of voter fraud that happened within 2020, by Republicans. Because it was a bunch of, I think there was 2 stories of Republican voters voting for their deceased fucking parents for the Republicans, which is a clear instance of voter fraud, which is very, very fucking funny. So again, Trump complaining about an issue that does not fucking exist. And again, also complaining about the Spencer Pratt stuff within LA, because of all the mail-in ballots that came in. Again, just like, Spencer Pratt, he got fucking cheated, folks. He totally got fucking cheated. It's like, okay, man, totally. And more complaints about voter ID, talking about people having proof of citizenship. I don't know how many times this has to fucking be told exactly. The proof of fucking citizenship that the Republicans basically want is for people to have their passports around them at all times. Half of Americans do not possess a passport. Why? It's expensive to get one, and also most Americans don't fucking travel. Basically, you're putting up a massive barrier to voting to not only fucking Democrats, but also Republicans. Everyone is going to suffer from this for literally no fucking reason. It's fucking stupid. The one that hit headlines recently was the deceased pass, which seems fucked up. Well, Republicans, they are very fucked up. Like, he just keeps constantly not wanting to, like, care at all about Lindsey Graham, talking about his constant fucking grievances, which is very, very standard for fucking Trump. We should not be surprised by this whatsoever. But this is a very, very interesting sort of, like, line of behavior here by Trump as well, where he's just like, you're being a good little piggy, Jake Tapper, saying that you're walking on the right path. Because we know with the Paramount merger that's happening now with Larry Ellison, which Trump approved through the FCC, that there are a lot of people within CNN jockeying for positions to who can glaze the president the most, who can basically maintain their fucking job as the, main headline pundit within CNN's shows. Because apparently, this is rumored, very, very much so fucking speculative, saying, like, it may be the case that Barry Weiss might be the editor emeritus or editor-in-chief of CNN as well. And given how she's run CBS into the ground, oh boy, like, this is also going to be a fucking complete disaster. But since Jake Tapper is a stooge and will do anything to maintain his, position as a mainstream pundit, or maybe potentially even gunning for a better position under the new management, we should really not be surprised that he's trying to capitulate to Trump as much as possible.
Well, I know you don't want to talk about any other issues out of respect for Lindsey Graham, but we would love to have you back sometime because I do have a lot of other questions for you, sir.
Sure. We'll do that. We'll do that.
Thank you for calling in.
We're trying to have CNN go in a normal path. And we'll
It's so fucking clear just based off of that alone that, yeah, listen, it's time for CNN to also do state propaganda for me. I love CNN now, which, even though he's been constantly clamoring how, like, CNN is fake news, they're fake folks, it's just like, okay, bro. Why would you say this? It's mostly because of the dementia. Yeah, it's because of the dementia.
We'll do that.
Well, I'm on a normal path right here, sir, and I appreciate your time, and thank you for calling in.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much.
Guys, it's totally not ominous whatsoever, especially with the Ellisons looking to run the joint and whatever the fuck Barry Weiss is going to do to it or some shit, or whatever other stooge they're going to bring in. Yeah, totally, bro. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? I'm still fucking shocked that this happened. Like, of all the people to die within office, Lindsey Graham suddenly died based off of what is claimed that it is a sudden illness. I don't know about that one, guys. I don't know if it was a sudden illness that ended up getting Lindsey Graham. And this is going to fuel so much fucking speculation and conspiracy theories for, like, a while. I do think that he might... I think he might have gotten got by the Russians. I think there's a pretty decent a chance of that actually being the case, which is not going to be a great look for the president, who's been trying to do literally everything possible to bend over backwards for the Russians in order to give them everything possible in terms of a peace deal with the fucking Ukrainians that they still aren't accepting anyways because they think that they can win the war. Well, mostly Putin thinks that he can win the war. I don't think anyone else really thinks that they have much of a chance, or the Russians really have much of a chance in terms of the war within Ukraine from continuing to drag out as a fucking quagmire. It's genuinely fucking incredible that this may have happened. I really do think that's more than likely the likely option, because again, like, this recent speech right here, like, he sounded fine. Like, I've seen this exact clip before. He sounded fine. He was like talking normally, and this was like the day fucking before that this was happening. Like, unironically, day before he gets fucking got, and then all of a sudden just like, oh, he dies of a sudden illness. It's like, okay, what the fuck is going on here? And we're probably not going to know what the fuck is going on here until Trump probably leaves office, because if my theory is correct here, and he did get done in by the Russians, it will make the Trump administration look extremely bad for trying to do everything possible to essentially, give everything that the Russians have wanted, and this is how they fucking repay that. Yeah, okay, bro, like, totally, dude. That would probably be Article 5. Probably, yeah, that would probably be Article 5. But would the U.S. call Article 5 for that? That's a different fucking question. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think they're gonna keep as hush-hush about this as possible, because I don't know, man. I think the fucking Russians got him. Like, unironically. How they got him, who the fuck knows? Like, honestly, like, take your fucking pick. Poison, shot him, whatever. Who the fuck knows? Like, it could be literally anything. But that's just, like, the conspiracy theory that I am operating under. I have literally no evidence for this claim whatsoever. That's, like, the only thing I can really sort of, like, guess might have fucking happened. But yeah, I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides, I don't know, get your crab raves out for one of the most odious senators in U.S. political fucking history. That is, well, Lindsey Graham. Well, I was in the middle of fucking segment mode, and we had that little dumbass Tactical Templar coming in here and saying stupid fuck shit. Listen, Templar, at the very least, when we had our little fucking chat in your fucking chat, those many, shall we say, months ago, that very long time ago, I, at the very least, was arguing against your points. You did, Maya. How's it going, Maya? Yeah, the coward did leave. Because I didn't acknowledge him, I don't care about him, to be honest. Yes, I was glazing Joyanne Reed in our Graham Plattner segment. I was glazing. That is true. Honestly, he didn't even fucking say anything. Well, I did release a short recently that had Tactical Templar in it, which is probably why he decided to come by to chat, if I were to take a guess. Let me double check that. No, that's not Templar. I guess he just decided to pop by. Anywho, we're gonna rate out though. Very cool, very good. Who the fuck are we rating out to today? God, there's so much more stuff to talk about. Also, this Wednesday, we're going to be hopping on with Steamboat, our boy Steamboat, to do some fucking junk tent. Fucking junk tent Wednesday. Junk tent, dude. It's been a long time since we have had some fucking junk tent. So, Steamboat wanted to go over the interview that Jung did with Hassan, so that's probably what we're going to be doing. And we're just probably going to be memeing. We're going to be dreaming. We're going to be theming. And making fun of Jung. So that'll be great, fantastic, and excellent. Yes, you have a good night, Maya. So that's what's in store this Wednesday. Tomorrow it's going to be more of the standard stuff, catching up on all the stuff that has happened ever since I've been fucking gone on vacation. Guys, there's a lot of stuff that's happened. Lots of stuff that's happened. And whatnot. Oh no, I saw what he said. Yeah, I don't know why he said I love Lindsey Graham. He was gay. I don't care about that. That's not how any of that works, Templar. But whatever. I don't care, man. Sure, Bo.
Fake news.
It's fake news. He wasn't actually gay. I was gay for Lindsay. You weren't expecting that, now were you? Don't worry, Templar. I got something in store for you, buddy. I got more in store for you, my man. Let's raid out to Riverboat Jack. Raid messages, raid messages, raid messages. You know what you have to say, gamers? If you are a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the transfer of the Daho raid, but if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you say wowie with the Daho raid. That's how you show appreciation to those Rintiniki's gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And we have to continue yapping about all of the happenings within, well, the time I was gone on vacation. Very, very cool. Very, very good. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.